Excellent. Lovely. Surprise. But sex, 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 but sex,
Or are we all? Love these early streams. This is borderline on time. I'm supposed to be streaming every day at 1:15 p.m. PST. This COVID is a bitch. Oh my god. Hi, Lisa. Hello, Palm Dad. I see a lot of new faces. I see a lot of new faces with white names. Dear children, I despise white names. This is a leftist channel. Gift memberships to help support the channel and to erase the white names from my chat. You look well? I'm feeling alright. Was the Tolkien video played to come out yesterday? It was supposed to come out yesterday. I had a bunch of stuff come up. I'm gonna be, you know what? I'm gonna do that right now. There's gonna be a big update on the Patreon, for patrons only. Big script update. Okay, I'm gonna drop it right now. It's got a solid quarter left to do, but it's gonna be big, big. All right. It's mostly done. The hardest part's done. A big part of it is I'm can't really see it over there, but a big part of it is I'm reviewing my Spinoza, because I'm going over the orcs through the lens of Spinoza's ethics. I want to make sure that Kidnotkin and Brooks don't bully me afterwards. So I'm making sure I got that right, which is taking a little bit of extra time, but it'll be worth it. Alright, as of right now, come on, Patreon load. If it ever goddamn loads! I hate Patreon so much, and yet I rely on it. Okay. Wow, that wheel is still spinning. I hate how Patreon has delusions about turning into social media. I just want you to process my payments. That's all I ask you for. I want you to process payments. I want you to send people mugs. That's it. That's it. It's a simple job. Oh my god. Okay. Alright, so create. Create. Text. There we go. Alright. This is rough. I've just dumped the entire thing, okay? This is the, this isn't the whole script. This is a settled part of the script. Pending a couple do-overs, okay? But, on the Patreon now, for patrons of any tier, you can find a link in the description. There is a big update on the Lord of the Rings anarchism, or why Lord of the Rings is an anarchist masterpiece video essay. Okay? Draft in progress. Alright. Okay, this is rough, but there's a lot of text here, so. Boom. When I've done the initial recording of the script, I'm going to publish an audio version of that for people who want that. I promised that already. Why am I a bad guy? Because you are, Brooks. Look at you. Maybe you need to ask why you hate Anastasia so much, okay? Alright. New big update on the Patreon. That is not the whole script. There are about 6 pages you're missing out on, because I've not done those yet. But they will be 4 pages, and probably 2 pages by the time I'm done. I am condensing a lot of shit here. What you will not see on the Patreon update is the section making use of James C. Scott, and the completed section on the Orcs and Spinoza, because I haven't completed it yet. It's a terrible cartoon that romances a brutal regime in Tsar. I meant the character. I'm saying you look like Rasputin, Brooks. Although it is weird. I do love the this is weird music for background music. Let's go with no. We'll go with the classic, okay? There we go. It is weird though, the Anastasia movies, because there were multiples of them. There was the was it Warner Brothers? There was one big one that had all the big name actors in it, and then there was a shitty made for home video one. But they both had one thing in common. Like one was like copying the other one. It's like one of those rip-off cartoons. We had a weird subscription back when I was like under 10, and we would get like weird action-free movies every other week or so on VHS. And one of them was the Anastasia cartoon. And one of the weird things in common between that one and the proper one is that for some reason both are insistent that Rasputin was leading the Russian Revolution. It's so freaking weird. I don't know why they do that. It's like there was an entire generation of kids who just went into the workforce, dropping out of high school, thinking that the Russian Revolution was Rasputin's project. It's like, why? Why? This is my first time, just found you recently through some VODs. I was annoyed at first, but you very quickly grew on me. Many such cases. You have a level head that a lot of other lefty YouTubers seem to lack. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. The space rewards being, or at the very least, a short-term rewards for being very, very stupid and reckless, so working on it. Because great man stories are easy to grasp for fascists? Yeah, but make Lenin the bad guy then. No? Like, it's very easy to make Lenin the bad guy. Cold-hearted, opportunistic, political, like you can make a bad guy out of virtually any real historical character there just from a certain point of view. Very easily. Hell, you could make Lenin and the Tsar bad guys. You could make it a fraught, weird-ass love story involving, like, sort of a Romeo and Juliet type thing in a setting where there's just bad guys in all corners, okay? That's a thing that's been done with great effect. You could pull that off. Dude, Lenin isn't cool. Like, the Rasputin isn't cool either in the... He looks like a pedophile in the movie. You can make Lenin look skeevy and evil. Rasputin is fucking awesome because you can make it about how the woman was the stupid one who betrayed her husband and country. But you can't though, because they didn't do that. They just made him... They made him... I don't know what he is exactly. Rasputin is played up to have a huge dick and bang the Tsar's... but he did have a huge dick. We have it pickled, don't we? Like, that's an actual thing. Can I actually show this on screen? I'm gonna see if I can. Let's see. Rasputin dick pickle jar. That's a thing. Yeah, I feel like I can't show this on YouTube, but if you Google, you can Google it. It's really, it is genuinely gross, because it's also like... Yeah, so when Rasputin, they literally killed Rasputin, cut off his dick, and it's in a jar now, and it's like... It's about the size of my head. Very, very disturbing, honestly. The pickle part, not the big dick part. Dude did not manscape. He was like a... He was like a Russian priest. What was that sound? Was that from the... What was that sound? That was weird. Huh. A note: formaldehyde actually increases the volume of flesh. That wasn't that big. Oh, so it was actually inflated by the preservation process. Oh, that's really gross. Oh, and it would have deteriorated in, it would have decomposed slightly too. So you can imagine if you were to take this thing out, it would probably it'd probably break with a fork like pate. You know those horror stories about like aristocrats absconding with preserved mummies and eating like the honey out of them at parties? That's a thing, by the way. It's gonna happen someday. It's gonna happen. Some rich psycho like Elon Musk or whatnot, he's gonna spend $1 million, he's gonna get a hold of Rasputin's penis, and that's gonna be an hors d'oeuvre. It'll be super yielding, like a Vienna sausage or something. It'll probably have that kind of flavor too, won't it? But probably with more of a funky sort of gorgonzola type aftertaste. Probably go with some creme fraiche. On a water cracker. Rich on the formaldehyde bouquet. Formaldehydic bouquet or something. I don't know what it's called. Formaldehydal? Although the catch is you'll get a wizard's curse on you afterwards. Or you know what, let's apparently tomfoolery is live at the Trump rally. You want to take a look at that? I'm mildly curious. Oh snap. Oh, you can hear him. He sounds like he's doing the big boy song. Here we go, here we go. Shit, where's my button? I can't find anything. There it is.
How we doing, Atlanta, Georgia?
Wow, that's awful. Why even bother to record this? Hi, Tom. God, the video quality is so bad. Tom, what are you doing? God, this is awful.
We got you. He said, no, I want to come back. I want to come back. He said, because
Tom's a Trump. No, Tom's just an idiot. He's trying to do. He's trying to do anything. You can't even search Tom if you look in the if you go into YouTube and you try to find his channel. Like he's impossible to find. His channel is so screwed. What's the point of this? There is no point. There's no point. It's just a failed channel trying desperately to pull victory from the I'd say jaws of defeat, but we're kind of in the sewer at this point. Alright. Let's see what we actually have on the actual docket for today. We did Peterson versus Dawkins yesterday, or a couple nights ago. My channel's not easy to find either. Yeah, that's because you do, like, history content. Tom's been, like, trying to game the algorithm for as long as I've known of his existence, and it's just not working. He's like a cartoon villain. Proper cartoon villain. Does this philosopher have the best arguments for God, majesty, or reason? You know what? Screw it. Let's get this.
Hey,
I'm
welcome
kind of
back to the
perplexed. I'm kind of curious about this. Let's see. Actually, no. I remember what I wanted to do. It's all coming back to me. I forgot because I separated out my my playlists into 3, so we have different kinds of content. I wanted to look at. Some responses to Aragorn's tax policy, okay? And then I want to look at West Side Tully responds to Lily Orchard's writing tips. And I'm curious about this because Well, I haven't seen Lily Orchard's writing tips. Does anybody have a copy of Lily Orchard's writing tips? I wouldn't mind going over that myself. But, well, I've heard they're terrible. Westside Tyler's writing I have gone over on stream, and it is astonishingly bad. It's astonishingly bad. Like, almost Shadiversity level. It just attempts to be sort of exploitational on social issues. It's very, very odd. Yeah, let's look at the tax policy.
Will also become obsolete. So this.
What is this? This is a biggest channel. This is like 31,000 views. Okay. So, for those of you who are not aware or who are not familiar, I'm actually I'm probably gonna do something that annoys me a little bit. I'm going to probably defend George R. Martin's comments here a little bit. Ah, I love you. Thank you so much, Cider. Today apparently is a particularly good day to die. Okay, let's see. G.R. Martin. Actually, it probably has the clip in here, doesn't it? Yeah, he has the... Oh, we'll just watch this then. It has a clip. Perfect. So, George R. Martin was in a... he caused a bit of a stir years ago. It annoyed me too. But I've had more time to think about it. So, he was giving a talk somewhere, and he did a Q&A. And he made a comment to the effect of, like, the end of Lord of the Rings is he ruled wisely and well, referring to Aragorn. He's like, that annoys me, because I want to know, what does that mean? Like, let's go into the details. There's a bunch of orcs everywhere. Did he pursue a policy of genocide? How did he rule? How did he rule wisely and well? And one of the things that George R. R. Martin, who's pretty shallow, but not in the way I think he's being attacked for here, one of the things he criticized Tolkien for is like, well, hang on, ruling well involves the kinds of morally compromising, hard dilemmas that makes such, let's say, clean descriptions as he lived happily ever after till the end of his days unlikely. So, elaborate, Tolkien. Like, explain how you actually get here. I'll get into this more as we go through. He does miss the point of Tolkien, but a lot of people also who miss the point of Tolkien have attacked George R. R. Martin for this on the grounds that this question is, in some sense, inappropriate to ask. As in, like, it diminishes the actual true intent of the story, which I don't think it does. I think he misses the point of Tolkien because he presumes that the superficial markers of office and of, like, political structures and whatnot signify the same thing for him as they do for Tolkien or in his world, when they don't. But the objection is frequently like, well, no, it's supposed to be a timeless story about morality, and therefore any connection to the real world or real world exigencies or problems is diminishing in some way, which strikes me as bizarre, because it actually should kind of be the opposite. If you need your story to be completely divorced from reality in order to make sense, in order for its message to work, it has no moral value whatsoever. That strikes me as a distinctly... you've completely removed this from the realm of practicality. It has no guiding value. It has no value in terms of, not that a story should have guiding value per se, but it has no value either in terms of even floating ideas worth consideration. He ruled well for etc., after having demonstrated no capacity to rule well, or what any of this actually entails, is a meaningless sentiment. The idea of bearded man is good is not of particular artistic or social value. But I don't think it's what Tolkien's doing. But we'll see here. God, I hate that intro.
Alright guys, so I actually want to take a break from the satirical commentary and the attempt at humor to actually make this
The attempt at humor.
serious point about why I think the way I
That itself was an attempt at humor, but it still failed.
do regarding Lord of the Rings versus A Song of Ice and Fire. And the main issue is actually because of this
Okay, anyone who complains about my audio, remember, it could be so much worse.
point that George R. R. Martin made in several interviews, which has become very famous at this point.
Aragorn is cagey and just says, and he
Oh God, that is awful. Hang on, I'm gonna find the actual thing. Okay. That is horrific. That is horrific. Okay.
Is,
So, oh, it is the audio quality of the video itself. Never mind. Never mind. But the video title is George R. R. Martin Explains Where Tolkien Got It Wrong. I don't think that's actually a fair representation of what he says here, but I'll play it here anyways.
tried to do in the books is to reflect the difficulty of rule, because it is very difficult. It's hard, and you don't see that in a lot of fantasy. I don't know if you've read a lot of fantasy or not, but you know, you
Epimonius, thank you for the membership.
look at Tolkien and
Christopher Paolini, good or bad, terrible. But fine. If you're like a kid reading, like, it's serviceably written, okay? It's better written. It's better written than West Side Tyler. Better written than Shadiversity. He's fine. He's just, it's derivative, and it's not particularly creative or well written, but it's fine. Okay, it's like Zelda fan fiction. It's totally fine. Nothing wrong with it. I'm not offended by its existence. It's not good fantasy. And by the way, if I'm taking that measured approach, you can believe it, because I was a follower of the anti-Shurtugul WordPress. Was it WordPress? It was some kind of thing. Back when that was a big deal. I was a Paolini hater like nothing else.
at the end of the books, Sauron has been defeated, Aragorn is king, and Tolkien just says, and he ruled wisely and well for 500 years or whatever. And it's easy to type, you know, he ruled wisely and well. But then you start asking yourself, what does that constitute, ruling wisely and well? I mean, what was his tax policy? How did the economy function, under him?
These aren't stupid questions. These are actually really important questions. If you're going to make the stance, and I don't, that The Lord of the Rings is some kind of useful moral benchmark or something, or some kind of like useful mythological basis for like actual human practice, then you need to actually be able to connect this to real life, because these things aren't, people who don't think about this, but when you're talking about economy, you're not talking about an abstract field of study. You're talking about literally, okay, so how did he maneuver the parts of his society so that you could say that he ruled wisely and well? How did he do that? How did he take care of the poor? How did he take care of the How did he make sure that his society was on the whole doing stuff that was sustainable or harmful or not to the environment? These are obviously like very important questions for Tolkien. Like those come up, so on and so forth. The orcs are depicted as a part of the evil of Saruman, and the orcs is their approach to industry, which involves ravaging the natural landscape and having disrespect for the local ecology. How does Aragorn make his society prosper without also doing this? These are interesting questions. So this isn't stupid. Where he gets it wrong is that Tolkien's already answered that question. Tolkien is, and you have to be very careful, asterisk. Tolkien is essentially what he calls himself, a philosophical anarchist. So what this essentially means is that for Tolkien, Aragorn ruling wisely and well largely means Aragorn didn't rule much at all. Aragorn settled disputes, and Aragorn led the military in defensive campaigns, or keeping peace, essentially. Aragorn probably did not have much in the way of a tax policy. There was probably a system of tributes or whatever, because one of the things that Tolkien's really big on, and this is perversely one of the things that a lot of right-wingers really like Tolkien for, even though they don't understand it, is that when you look at the history of any people or place or community or city in Tolkien, it goes back genealogically into the distant fuzz, into a blur of an inscrutable past. Why? Because the way all these societies emerged is largely through people in their human messiness, or unhuman messiness, depending on who they are, all basically humans, figuring out how to live in unique environments and how to live with each other over a long period of time, and developing over the course of that time what James C. Scott, who wrote Seeing Like a State, brilliant anarchist philosopher who died recently, called Metis. Metis? Métis. It's like spelt Métis, but it's Metis. It's named after character from Greek mythology, but we don't need to worry about that. The point is what he's calling practical wisdom or whatever. They develop through practice, through the experience of actually engaging with their environment, and which including the human environment, ways of living together in a sustainable way over a long period. There is very little in the way of abstract social contracts or founding documents or things like that in Tolkien, because these are sort of flattening and meaningless. In fact, one of the things that sort of defines the orcs as opposed to the other peoples of Middle-earth, one of the reasons why they appear as less human and zombie-like and why there's so little like room for the eliciting sympathy in them. This is one of the things I like about Rings of Power, by the way, is they actually play around with that a bit more. Is that unlike other peoples in Middle-earth, which have no functional purpose because they exist for themselves, they're living there because they're living there. The orcs are what they are specifically for a purpose. And they are highly appetitive, and they have very little in the way of social structure, and they are entirely guided by larger forces that drive them. Sort of like a lot of modern humans are forced to be under conditions of having to sell their labor and so on and so forth. Their existence is thin. Sort of social contract justifications for different societies are like this as well. They're thin. You've taken essentially centuries, maybe thousands of years, in fact almost inevitably in every case thousands of years, of people struggling and succeeding at finding ways to loosely coexist, and referring that to an abstract story about how every single person is simply related to their society by dint of an abstract logic that is completely divorced from what's actually taken place. So, Tolkien's anarchism is one where social stability and prosperity and harmony and all these different things that you associate with a nice society, regardless of who you are, these are the result of bottom-up accruing of practices and of actual relationships and things like that, not top-down rule. And so, to talk about Aragorn's tax policy, while it's important, sort of presumes that Tolkien is approaching politics from the angle of a good ruler is one who imposes an order from the top. That is not what Tolkien is about. Game of Thrones is very much about this, because Game of Thrones depicts a society that's been completely annihilated already. Everybody's in the situation of orcs. They've all been taken by the dark powers and twisted and corrupted and put into inhuman circumstances that they now have to cope with, and they have to follow the dollar, they have to follow military campaigns, etc. Every single person is implicated in these massive processes, and there is no such thing as people who have lived in a place for a long time and have developed an actual human ecology. You think there's anything wrong with making certain races intrinsically evil? Oh, well, I don't think the orcs are intrinsically evil. The orcs in Tolkien are not intrinsically evil. That's important, by the way. That's important. You only get it from the perspective of certain characters to whom the orcs are essentially intrinsically evil. But the orcs are not intrinsically evil. It's actually really important that the orcs themselves are specifically corrupted elves. And I believe, and I'd have to double check this, there was Tolkien for a little while had but he had a sequel idea for Lord of the Rings in his head. So obviously it's The Hobbit, Lord of the Rings. His son published The Silmarillion, which was apparently written before Lord of the Rings. I can't quite remember exactly, but before. He was going to write a book called The New Shadow. It was very, would you compare orcs to AI? God, no. He was writing a book called The New Shadow, in which a large part of it was it began with a discussion between two people in Minas Tirith, I think. This is like a human-centric story. And I think it was actually going to detail how orcs sort of regained some kind of civilization or something like that after the fall of Sauron. I'd have to double check that. This is all like, this is super undeveloped. This is like stuff that appeared in like letters and whatnot. I think Christopher Tolkien published some of this in like some of the History of Middle-earth series. I'm gonna have to look through that as well. I'm working on the orc section at the moment, so I'm gonna be digging into that a bit more. But humans join them and breed with them after they choose to eat evil. Well, when in the Scouring of the Shire, Saruman's gangs are largely half-orcs, I think it's implied. Anyways, we'll finish this.
Did he encourage trade? Did he discourage it?
I only read the Silmarillion. Well, then you haven't read read Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings is actually a good novel.
What about the class system? You know, the rising peasantry and the burgeoning middle class. Was those encouraged or put down? Did he
There was not a burgeoning middle class in Lord of the Rings.
power to
See, the error of Martin here is not that he's asking shallow questions that demean Lord of the Rings, but he's asking her questions that do not actually reflect the economic reality of the Lord of the Rings.
aristocracy? The orcs. There are still tens, thousands of orcs left over at the end of Lord of the Rings. Did he pursue a policy of genocide toward them, or did he reach out to try to educate the orcs and bring them into the mainstream and civilize them? We never get answers to any of these questions. We just get he rules wisely and well. What I've tried to do in showing rulers as diverse as Robert and Ned Stark and Cersei Lannister and Daenerys Targaryen is show people who achieve a position of power, and then what do they do with it? How do they deal with the divisions in their societies, the hatreds in societies?
So this is another problem with G.R.R. Martin generally, and that's that he attempts to undermine sort of great man approaches to history. I like this one, Brooks, by falling back on a corrupted great man theory of history, which is that it is still the decisions of important singular individuals that determine the course of the future. However, they all kind of suck, or they have to suck. You can't make an omelet without cracking a few eggs, okay? This is also tremendously shallow, and it doesn't actually challenge anything. Like, did the great man educate the population, or did he abuse his power? Like, that's all you get. Great man theory is correct. I mean, only in YouTube chat, which is why you only exist because I read that comment out. Well, Tolkien's great man story isn't really a great man theory as a thing. Like, here's the thing. Tolkien's novel has heroes. But it's really important that they don't actually do a whole lot of scale. What they do is they are put into certain situations, and they choose to act selfishly or for the good of something broader than themselves. And that's essentially it. There's very little in the way of like and Aragorn appeared and led his wayward people into a future of glory and domination. Like, that doesn't happen. At the point where somebody comes into power and they do a good job, the story stops. It just ends. And there's a really big emphasis on, like, even when you get back to the Scouring of the Shire, Frodo and Sam and whatnot, and the hobbits come back to the Shire afterwards, after having encountered Saruman on the road with Worm Tongue. And he's turned the Shire with a band of orcs into an industrial hellscape. He's enslaved the hobbits. He's basically stolen all their labor. He's blocked off the roads. The hobbits fight back by talking with each other and forming a resistance together. And Frodo, the great man in this case, or the closest approximation to it, doesn't do anything except talk. They talk with each other, and often futilely. It's like, hey, don't kill Saruman. We've beaten him. He's going to run away. Maybe he can repair himself someday. Maybe someday he'll find some cure for this vicious person that he's become. And Wormtongue ends up killing Saruman anyways after he gets insulted, as what happens in the movie. They just sort of switch this location. And before he can say anything, they shoot Wormtongue. The hobbits do, with bows. And that's basically it. Like, you follow certain characters, because otherwise you'd have a Silmarillion situation where it's just a narration from the top. But at no point is a singular human being, and this is crucial because people kind of confuse the two. Individual humans in particular circumstances can do things that have grand effects. But that's not because a Caesar has emerged to lead people through the darkness. That's somebody made a decision, and that had reverberations. Obviously, like this is the case. But that's not great man theory. Great man theory, the emphasis is on the greatness. This person's singular virtue is the reason why they are fit to lead, and why them being in power means that laws and norms and structures can be broken with impunity because something better will emerge from, in the aftermath, from the purity of their genius, right? I mean, Frodo doesn't even do the right thing. Gollum is the accidental hero. And that's also true, Brooks. Like, that's also a really good point. Even in the, what kills Sauron in the end isn't a great human being who is able to overcome the villain through virtue. It was actually just the chaos that emerged from the selfish actions of individuals who had completely spiraled off into pure self-interest. Saruman killed, and here's the crucial point. It's not even really Sauron or Gollum who kills Sauron, because, of course, if anyone's not read the book, at the end of it, they finally get to Mount Doom, and they're inside, and he's on the ledge about to drop the ring, and then he changes his mind. And then Gollum shows up and tries to take the ring himself, and in the scuffle ends up falling off the ledge, taking the ring with him, and that's what kills Sauron. Sauron lets Gollum loose specifically to help him hunt down the ring, which means, by extension, none of the good guys kill Sauron, none of the accidental good guys kill Sauron, and none of the bad guys kill Sauron. Sauron kills Sauron. It's like poetry, it rhymes. No, but like, the only great man in the story is the cause of all the problems and kills himself. Sauron should have killed Gollum. If Sauron was smart, he would have killed Gollum. Actually, no, I take that back. Sauron being smart and not killing Gollum killed Sauron. Sauron's greed and hubris is undoing? No, not really. It's Sauron's it's Sauron's power itself that ends up destroying him. But like double plus destroying him. Like he's really undone. So the problem with George R.R. Martin is not that he's interested in the economics of Tolkien, because the economics of Tolkien are fascinating. The problem with George R.R. Martin is that for him, an intelligent, informed ending for Lord of the Rings is not Gollum falls into Mount Doom. It's that Frodo pushes Gollum into Mount Doom because that's just what you gotta do to get things done. Okay? That's the problem. Did you call Tyrion a hobbit? No, I called Frodo Tyrion in George R. R. Martin's view. But I forgot that he's also short, isn't he? Figures. I wasn't even thinking of the fact that he was short. Tolkien also does something else too, where it's like, oh, this person's, I don't know. Like, the fact that the hobbits are small in Lord of the Rings means that they evade capture and are underestimated, okay? The fact that Tyrion is small in George R. R. Martin means that he is bitter and filled with resentment and is capable of extraordinary violence while still being treated as the good guy by the reader. Big difference between the two. I need to stop doing this gesture. That doesn't work well on YouTube. George R. R. Martin would have had Hobbit incest, and I mean, okay, let's stop over ahead because there probably was Hobbit incest. He just doesn't talk about it. Can you do a flip for 50 gifted? No. But thank you for the offer. Anyways.
Violence and crime and, economic matters, I have Danny trying to deal with, well, what the hell can... she grow? You know, there was a scorched earth policy when she took over the thing, and they burned all of the olive trees, which were the main crop. So, and they take like 7 years to regrow. So, what's her city going to produce to survive for those 7 years?
All right. Anyway, so we have that Aragorn's tax policy. Now, I've given you my response to this. Here's this doofus's response to this.
Class system.
So yeah, you can see in that interview that George R.R. Martin actually is concerned about several issues, which can actually make a very interesting story. Political dynamics, specific economical situations that lead to greater tragedies in the story, specific policies done by leaders, and how different policy decisions and different leadership styles can actually interact within the greater narrative. All this stuff is incredibly interesting. It's incredibly engaging, actually, specifically to me as a political theory student and a philosophy student.
Oh, God. Now I really hate him.
I love this kind of stuff, but it's too particular, it's too specific for a universal appeal throughout the ages.
It's too specific for universal appeal throughout the ages. If you talk about economics or about politics or anything practical, it's too specific and particular for appeal throughout the ages.
Because for the same reason that several political scientists, including Adam Smith, sometimes become obsolete and outdated.
You know, I'm something of an economist myself.
And they stop being read. When your book, when your fictional work is too much about these particular things, they will necessarily...
Oh, yes. Famously, nobody reads Machiavelli anymore because his book is too much about particular things.
also become obsolete. While when you keep to the vague emotional side, like Tolkien did, wisely and well, something vague like that, then you can actually tap into a universal appeal throughout the ages.
This asshole hasn't read Lord of the Rings. He hasn't read Lord of the Rings at all. Because if you actually read Lord of the Rings, particulars abound. It is so particular. Oh my god. In fact, a major theme, and people reduce this to just being like, oh, Tolkien just loved languages, like he was just obsessed with words by itself. No. Language is a bearer of history, but it's a very interesting kind of a bearer of history in that it doesn't depict past events to you. Instead, it sort of carries forward changes that have taken place in the past into the present in ways that form the present in really fascinating ways. Tolkien had very specific economic structures depicted in Lord of the Rings. That is a thing. That is absolutely a thing. If you read The Scouring of the Shire, that could be a frickin' anarchistic parable, okay?
That's why Tolkien is actually making a work of myth that can resonate through all people and all.
Okay. This misunderstands what myth is, okay? The nature of myth is not that it is divorced from physical reality, or that it involves nothing that has any contact whatsoever with the world. Myth can involve money. Myth can involve specific practical actions. It can involve specific events. It can involve physical metaphors. It can involve stuff that is so contingent it makes no sense to future readers. This is what myth is. Myth is a form of discourse, a form of speech, specifically, that is appropriate to something like heroes who are accustomed to prevail. That was one anthropologist's language for it. Its distinction from Logos is not, this is about stuff that is timeless. It has to do with, it is evocative in a particular kind of way. So, like, Odysseus, despite being a practical character and doing practical things like sneaking around, doing particular stratagems, etc., the Trojan horse is something that only works under specific circumstances. The reason why it is myth is because of its social significance and the manner in which it is disclosed. Okay? It's like a narrative version of a battle cry or something like that, or a hymn or something like that. That's the function of myth. That's what mythos is. Logos is stuff that doesn't have that. It's just speech. If he's talking about universal appeal, if he means, I hate this language because it reminds me of like when people in like BookTube will talk about how like a fantasy novel is well written. It's really well written. It's so good at description. It's like, what do you mean? Like, just by itself, it's good. It's well written. Just separate from what it's trying to do. What do you mean it's well written? Do you mean it like strokes off a part of your brain that likes certain words in a certain arrangement? Because that's not very impressive. That's not very interesting. There is like an art towards writing in a way that is florid and beautiful, but why does it specifically need to involve wizards and elves? Why is that the thing you're bothering with? Because there must be something more to that, clearly, than just you liking that particular. Because I can guarantee if you read actual, like, you'll find more in Proust than in Patrick Rothfuss by a wide mile. If you like beautiful writing. But Brandon Sanderson and his prose. Brandon Sanderson is perfectly inoffensive and completely boring. I'm gonna be real with you, okay? I've read a good chunk of Mistborn, and I am bored. I am bored because I am reading this, and it feels like I am reading a very overproduced introduction to an Elder Scrolls game. I am so bored. When I hear booktubers talk about well-written, it's usually about characterization and world building. I hate world building. I hate world building. I hate world building so much. Do you know why? Because this is what world building amounts to. I'm going to make Dungeons and Dragons religions and places and races, and I'm going to make them cooler. Yeah. It becomes obscenely boring because it's the same thing you've read everywhere else. I hate this book. I've learned to hate this book. Why? Because I realized once I got to the part where he's actually recounting his past that the story of The Name of the Wind of the King Killer Chronicle by Patrick Rothfuss, which is very well written. He is a good command of the English language. This is about really cool guy meets tragic end. And I don't care. I do not care. I don't care that the demons are spider-like. I don't care that the main character is depressed. I don't care. He's not depressed. I don't care. None of this is novel. None of this is new. None of this is interesting or like challenges anything. It's like, oh, this takes place at a university. That hasn't been done before. I just don't care. It is so boring. Berserk is hardly any world building for that. Berserk is very good. Largely because it's not about world building, it's about the event at hand. And a lot of the world building is sort of in the background and kind of, I wouldn't even call it world building. People can construct rules in the background from what they observe. And by the way, fun read. Just so you know, it is a fun read if you have nothing else that you have to do with your time. But like, there are tropes in fantasy that absolutely despise because they are anti-literary. They prevent fantasy from doing anything. Lord of the Rings doesn't fall into this because Lord of the Rings is a novel. Lord of the Rings is a piece of literature that happened to use elements that we identify with fantasy. But he was actually trying to show stuff that followed from its own logic and that could actually be read positively by somebody who wanted to read a story. With fantasy, you're not really reading a novel, you're reading a riff on Lord of the Rings. Someone who took Lord of the Rings and its categories for granted didn't understand the specific things that Tolkien was doing, didn't understand the specific things that inflected what Tolkien could do with his writing, and just going, oh, well, that's not like how people I see today are. I will rewrite it so it's like people how I see today are. And that's how you get Game of Thrones. You get a thoroughly modern... Game of Thrones is basically just a deeply cynical take on modern politics that doesn't understand how it actually works. That superimposes it into a medieval, but not quite medieval time period, because that's what fantasy is medievalism, not medievalism. Dude, the Onion dropped an accidental response to this ST stream today. Send it to me.
Generations. And George R.R. Martin, because he gets into the specifics of things, he ends up becoming too mired into specific political policies, specific political doctrines, and a specific political worldview as a man of his time. And this will necessarily be...
Yeah, but so does Tolkien, though. Tolkien is very much a man of his time. The difference is that Tolkien's not trying to disguise being a man of his time. Tolkien is writing as a man of his time. That's one of the things that makes Tolkien interesting. Fantasy writers are pretending to be men out of their time, which is why they're very boring, because they're not. What they betray is the poverty of their understanding of just how radically inflected by the conditions of your birth and existence your worldview is, how you understand things is.
Become obsolete, as political science will change in the future, and very quickly.
There's nothing wrong with not being original or new. I agree.
And as a result, a lot of his reflections on such things will also become obsolete. So this is actually the main reason, or one of the main reasons, of why A Song of Ice and Fire will actually not be remembered as much as Tolkien. Because the things that interest George R.R. Martin and the things that he is focusing on in his great magnum opus are necessarily things that are temporary in the human mind.
Everything in Lord of the Rings is temporary in the human mind. Everything in Lord of the Rings is temporary in the Lord of the Rings setting. It's actually really important that Sauron is not actually Satan. This is one of the things that really annoys me about the Rings of Power, by the way. And I'm going to be honest, I like the... I'm watching the Rings of Power with my partner. I'm enjoying it. It's popcorn stuff. Like, it's fun. The characters are likable for the most part. It makes no bloody sense. Okay, I'm watching it as somebody who's watching it as a movie or a show by itself. It's fun, but it makes no sense. It is written by people who clearly have no particular care for talking about anything real. I mean, a perfect case in point is just the absolutely okay, how about this? People complain about the Rings of Power being woke because it has black elves. The Rings of Power is not woke. The Rings of Power is corporate attempting to appropriate being progressive as a flag to say, hey, you should watch us because we're progressive. But if the Rings of Power was actually progressive, they would give the dwarf women beards, as they are supposed to have, as has been noted even in the films. They would not make the female Ents have feminine, gentle lullaby voices and pink flowers to distinguish them. They wouldn't boy code and girl code everything in a way that not even Tolkien did. Tolkien was more progressive than the Rings of Power. Okay? Eowyn, I am no man, kills the Witch King. is not weak. She's not, she isn't a girl boss. She's someone who wanted to go do a thing, did a thing, and succeeded. Through sheer grit and character. Okay? She wasn't, here's the pretty awesome, super cynical asshole who talks back to everyone because she's so in charge. Galadriel, we can't think of how to demonstrate power without inflecting it with the historic, the historic oppression of the character's category in everything she does. Like, that's pathetic. Like, Galadriel needing to be an asshole to be empowered is pathetic. Galadriel being the boss is not. Like, actually being the boss. Not being a resentment, I'm the boss now, but being the Galadriel of the Lord of the Rings. With the peaceful stoicness that comes from actually having power. Galadriel and Rings of Power drove me up the fucking wall. Yeah. It's obnoxious. Simric for the $10 US. They ruined my girl Galadriel in the Rings of Power. You know what sucks too? That could have been an actual, just another elf. That could have been a different character. And that's something else too, yeah. Galadriel's supposed to be thousands of years old by this point. She's lived longer than America has existed. I can't watch the Onion video, Brooks. It'll demonetize my stream. Stop sending me copyright stuff. I can't do it. I make money for my stream. I don't have that luxury. I'll watch it later, though. Sunday, will you ever write your own fantasy novel? Probably not. Although, I may make a Patreon tier where I'll write a horror story. I think I'd do that. Like a horror sci-fi. I would totally write a sci-fi. That'd be fun. They also had her, kiss Elrond in the last season, and they made something out of it. Like, it wasn't just, because he did it in order to pass a lockpick to her, right? Because she was captured by Adar. Adar, by the way, they actually recast Adar, but he's the only truly interesting character in the Rings of Power, and he's dead now. Just, ugh. Elrond marries her daughter, just so you know. Arwen in Lord of the Rings is Galadriel's granddaughter through her mother, through Arwen's mother. It's like, guys. Yeah. I did like, though, that they finally gave, it's Gil-galad, right? Yeah, Gil-galad. They finally gave Gil-galad an opportunity to not just be the boss from The Office. You will give me the ring, Elrond, or else your job will be in jeopardy. I cannot promise you will have a desk when you return. It was like, God, man. This guy is like the fucking Lu Bu of Lord of the Rings. This fucker goes toe-to-toe with Sauron in a spear fight. Don't fucking make him puffy corporate overlord. Like, come on. Have some dignity. I also hated the character of Sauron, or whatever he's supposed to be. The character of Sauron was actually not as bad as I thought he would be. They actually executed him not terribly. I'm going to be honest with you. The biggest problem, though, is that the Sauron they're depicting is a Sauron that should have already had that conflict. centuries in advance of the time of the Rings of Power. Smith Black for the $5. You could write a good novel. Just write a story based on the strange characters you've met. A novel based on Destiny's Follies would make bank. That would be awful. That would be awful, Smith Black, but thank you for the $5. Tactical Sovereign for the $9.99 US. Have you ever read the Black Company books or Malazan Book of the Fallen? Those might be up there with my favorite fantasy series. Would recommend for good fantasy. I have Gardens of the Moon on my shelf. So I'll be reviewing that at some point. I also have Gorman Gas, which apparently is very good. I got the vintage paperback of the collection. Don't get the hardcover. I'm sure it's fine. Like, I'm sure it'll hold up. If you got it as a gift for someone, don't feel bad. I always feel bad criticizing book makes on some level because people buy gifts and they don't always know, and they buy the stuff that looks nice, but a lot of times the nicest looking one isn't actually the best build. All of the books you buy, if you handle them carefully, will last basically as long as each other. You are not going to live long enough to see the pages on your books crumble from foxing. Don't stress about it, okay? It's not how stuff works. Books are tools. If you can read it and enjoy it, it's done its job. That being said, the hardback of the Gorman Gas trilogy is glued. Now, many books are glued, and books being glued is not bad. Books that are glued can last a very long time. This is being opened basically flat. I will not read this flat because I don't like creases in my cover, but you can basically read this flat, okay? And it's a paperback. It's meant to be read, okay? A paperback without a crease is a paperback that hasn't been used. This will never get creases in its spine. This is Henri Bergson's Two Sources of Morality and Religion. I'm going to open this carefully and use it carefully because I expect to be reusing this for a very long time. Sewn bindings are important when you have stuff that you intend to keep as essentially an heirloom or whatever. I don't know why you ever would, because I have some bad news for you, friends. The odds that your progeny are going to hold on to your books and not sell them when they get all ratty and old is very low. Your entire book collection that you love so much, it's going to end up in a thrift shop someday, okay? This is a good thing. This means that other people can actually make use of them. Your library is not going to be an heirloom collection somewhere. Hate to break it to you. But you won't be there for that, so it's okay. Sewn bindings are important because you can open them flat, the spine can crease, but the integrity of the book will not be damaged. Pages are not going to fall out because every single book is sewn. So even if there are hard creases that even sever the cover all the way through to the binding, that's okay, because the thread goes through each page. You can identify a sewn book because it has loops. See where it connects to the spine here, where the pages connect to the back? You'll see loops, regular loops. That will tell you that the pages are actually folded on each other and that there's a thread going through connecting them all. This means that whatever happens to the outside of this book, however much it's creased, etc., this is not sewn, by the way, I'm just using this as an example, the text will stay together. Zone Books has paperbacks that are basically all sewn as far as I have seen so far. A cheap paperback that is sewn will last longer than a hardcover that is not sewn. So if you have a choice, go for a softback that is glued over a hardcover that is glued. Because one of the things that happens with a softback is this is flexible. The spine is flexible. If this was solid, then every time you open it and try to open it flat, it's prying the pages off of the glue. So a hardback with a glued spine will actually last less time typically than a paperback with a glued spine. So if you have a choice, if you have a glued, if the binding is glued, go softback, okay? If the binding is sewn, doesn't matter, whatever, it'll last just fine. In fact, the great thing about sewn backs is you can actually remove the text block from the cover if you want, if you really value some book, and you can get it rebound. That's easy to do because they just glue in the text block to the new text, to the new cover rather. Anyways, let's finish this.
While Tolkien dealing with more vague but also universal concepts such as fighting temptation, struggle, wisdom, virtue.
Global concepts like wisdom. That's what Game of Thrones is about, my dude. It's 100% the wisdom of George R.R. Martin. That's what he's doing. That's actually one of the few things that makes it interesting because it demonstrates a kind of logic that he's engaging in. The logic's bad. It's also one of the reasons why George R.R. Martin can't finish his book because it ultimately has no point. He's depicted a system, but he hasn't actually critiqued it. And he's depicted a system in such a way as it is entrenched. This is why the medieval setting of Game of Thrones, the fact that it is a fantasy novel, the fact that this is a fantasy is what undoes it and makes it worthless. It's actually not because the themes are too particular to be timeless. The themes are always timeless by dint of being able to be considered in terms of themes. The reason why this book is meaningless is because the purpose to making it fantasy is to take his prejudices that are entirely conditioned by his time and place, to treat these as if they are themselves universal. He pushes them back into a more retrograde setting. So it seems like this is universal. It seems like this is always the case. It is not. It is not. This is a game of Hobbes, okay? This is not a medieval fantasy, but it's set in a medieval setting, so that you are treating these approaches to how human beings function, how they work together, how they don't work together, etc., as if these are historically universal. They are not. This is a super flimsy and ideological story, which is one of the reasons why I hate Game of Thrones, because on top of not being fun, it's also really dumb that way. But the reason why Game of Thrones will not be outlived by Lord of the Rings is not because it has less universal appeal. That's such a stupid thing to say. It's not because, making people feel good about bearded man with sword, about father figure being in charge, that is not what makes Lord of the Rings better. What makes Lord of the Rings better is the honestness and the self-awareness of the author, and his actual engagement with actual stuff, as opposed to attempting to project what he thinks is his own brilliance and his own incisive, no-nonsense read on human nature back into a past beyond the range of what he thinks critical analysis can reach. Which is not so. Game of Thrones is ideologically saturated in the dumbest way.
Bravery, these are the things he's concerned with in his narrative. These things will necessarily always be relevant as long as human beings are human beings.
Economics will always be relevant as long as human beings are human beings. This is a dumb thing to say. For someone who identifies himself as being I'm studying political theory and philosophy, it's like, you gotta study harder, my dude. Catch up. Even Aristotle knew this.
And this is the difference between a myth and a fairy tale and a novel.
Lord of the Rings is a novel. It's a novel, my dude. You know what the difference is between a novel and other books? A novel is a story that is meant to be read privately in a single volume. That's a novel. Okay? That's it. It's nothing special there. Novel is not a genre of writing. I guess it is a genre of writing. Novel is not a type of elevated... Sorry. Myth is not a type of elevated story in that sense. Jesus, what am I even trying to say? Okay, look. These are all novels. Novel is the mode of delivery. That's it.
When you think about it, Tolkien's idea of Aragorn ruling wisely and well is exactly the same thing.
Did you say Aragorn ruling wisely and well?
Idea of Aragorn ruling wisely and well.
Okay, I guess we're done here. I didn't realize the president of Israel was ruling wisely and well in Middle-earth. That's a deep cut. Ugh. 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 Okay, does anybody have the Lily Orchard writing tips? I want to see those. Someone must have, surely. What the hell? God, these people. And PS called Vosh's hentai lolly now, it makes sense. PS hates all hentai and views even SFW cartoons as porn. The Vosh's lolly folder contained pictures of children. Pictures of children being molested by a horse or sexually engaged with a horse. And Vosh has stated at multiple points, even in his apology video, that he identifies with the horse. Which means this is porn of him identifying with something, having sex with children. These fucking people, I can't even. I just like, we are so screwed. We are so screwed that this is like, these are what the biggest leftist channels are like now. It literally is just self-indulgent morons who just want an internet daddy. It is so pathetic. It is so pathetic. What is this? Oh, good. I've got Lily Orchard's writing tips. Let's do this, okay? Let's do this. Give me a second to grab some more cider. Back. For the record, I never liked Bosch. What do you want, a medal? All right. We're going through Lily Orchard's writing tips. All right. Let's see here. Okay. It's getting sunny. I'm gonna close that curtain a little bit. Hang on. I love how roasting Lily's writing tips has become a cherished internet tradition. I am gonna try to be fair here, okay? I'm gonna try to be fair. I don't know anything about Lily Orchard. We'll learn about Lily Orchard after this, I'm sure. Because apparently she's done something not good. So, we're gonna go through this together. Alright. Lily Orchard's simple writing tips. A threed. Don't worry about spoilers. If your story is good, they aren't going to make it any less enjoyable. That just means you're just relying on cheap shock value as a shortcut. That depends. That depends. Depends on what you're doing. So, if your setting is interesting by itself, the event is interesting by itself, then spoiling it won't undermine that. However, if, for example, you are trying to build up a horror and somebody is seeking the level of tension that comes from the slow creeping realization of something about which they did not previously know, then telling them in advance that the giant spooky tentacle monster is what came after them and killed all their friends means that you are just waiting for that constantly. You don't have that tension. And sometimes people read because they want to simulate an adventure, and I think that's perfectly fine. That can actually undermine that. 2, the middle point of a story is the best time to get a main couple together. Are you working on a 5-season show? Put your main couple together halfway through season 3. The finale is the worst time because we don't get any time to enjoy the payoff. I don't hate this point, but I also think it's really arbitrary. So you're assuming that the purpose of the relationship is to depict the nuances of the relationship and not, for example, to show the relationship becoming in spite of the travails of the story or something like that. As far as putting your main couple together halfway through season, I don't like the idea of a main couple. I don't like the idea of... This is sort of assuming that a story is about a couple, right? But, like, this is all... It seems like... This is what I feel like is going to be the general critique I'm going to have for most of this. All of these points are going to be good or bad depending on what the writer is trying to do with the story. So if there is tremendous interest, say, if the point of the story is pure enjoyment of the characters, and it makes sense to make the most use economically of the space in your story by putting certain things, if it doesn't inflect other parts of the story in a significant way, in which case, why is the story about that couple? That's a good question there. It makes sense to allow that relationship to have time to breathe in the context of the story. Sure, I don't have a problem with this. But this sort of assumes that, like, you're writing a romance novel and the events of the story as a whole don't particularly matter, except insofar as they allow you to showcase particular character attributes. This is one of the reasons why fantasy writing sucks, is because people do this kind of thing, where the purpose of the story is to masturbate your desire to simulate having real friends, and I don't think that's a good use of fantasy, to be honest. I don't think that's a healthy use of fiction generally. Friends to lovers is better than enemies to lovers every time. Hard disagree. A hard disagree. It depends on the nature of the particular relationship in every single case. Okay? Friends to lovers can be a relationship of ease. Enemies to lovers can be a relationship of significant interest. But it can also go in the opposite direction as well. What I love is taking these lists and putting them together against the greatest works of all time and seeing how none apply. I mean, this is just a dumb statement. Friends to lovers is better than enemies to lovers. Like, that's just your opinion, man, is basically all you get from this. Victims of abuse moving away from the negative impacts of their abuse. Why is Zuko the example? And becoming healthier are not redemption arcs. But they are, though. Now, this one is actually kind of interesting. Because for a victim of abuse, being negative as a consequence of their being in proximity to abuse, which is a thing that we do, and becoming healthier as a result, and I'm assuming to also mean socially healthier, that's interesting because it suggests that there's actually kind of a Kantian thing going on here. You're going to love this one, Brooks. There's kind of a Kantian thing going on here, where there is an assumption that because there is a confluence of the growing well-being of the character and therefore a human interest in the improvement of their character, that therefore this is not moral improvement. Because it's only moral improvement if you are directly suffering as a consequence of this. Brooks, you're going to come on here and I'm going to actually defeat you on this one. Lily hates redemption arcs because she thinks it legitimizes abuse? How? How does that legitimize abuse? That... Like, Gollum, let's take Gollum as an example. Gollum's a victim of abuse. Gollum had an addictive substance imposed on him by a power that wanted to manipulate people in order to make them do what he wants. He's essentially someone who's being controlled by an addictive substance. Calling you, nobody's answering. All right, here we go. Should have filled my glass more. Hey.
Hey there. So, getting healthy.
You've chosen
Good redemption
death.
arc. Good redemption arc. You think it's a redemption arc to get healthy?
No.
To realize it?
No.
No? How do you disagree with this then?
Why don't you read that for me again? Number 4.
Victims of abuse moving away from the negative impacts of their abuse and becoming healthier are not redemption arcs.
Okay.
Accurate.
See that "and" part there?
Yes.
Okay. If the negative impact of your abuse is, for example, a fascistic family and you're moving away from that and becoming better by dint of moving away from that and doing good instead, I would say the character has been redeemed.
That is not a redemption arc.
What do you mean?
At all.
What do you mean?
How is that redemption? It's moving away from things, putting space between and doing a thing where you just go, recognizing that abuse and then just stepping away from it to be healthier.
Well, because you're assuming that the moving away from the abuse is simply him deciding, as he has always believed, that his situation is negative. But presumably in this case, his recognition that the situation he's in is negative is also a consequence of moral improvement. He's recognizing that the stuff his family or his faction or whatever does is bad.
No,
and therefore the moving away is...
You're talking about a very different type of bad. I'm talking about someone who is having badness visited upon them, not a person who's in a fascistic family who's perfectly pleasant to that person, and they move away because they're like, oh, fascists are bad. Perhaps, possibly. I would have to be convinced of it, but I could see that. But we're talking about a woman who is beaten by her boyfriend, and then the movement away from that boyfriend and the beginning of steps to be healthier is not the redemption arc.
That's not a redemption arc, I agree.
That's what this is. It's victims of abuse, explicitly, not people
Zuko is not simply...
I don't know who Zuko is.
Okay, so. Zuko is the prince of the, or whatever he is. He's the Darth Vader of the Fire Tribe in Avatar.
Oh God!
Okay?
Oh God!
So what we're talking about here is Darth Vader moving away from Palpatine.
Oh God!
You walked into a trap.
Nothing you fucking have said to me works for my brain. Just so you know. Just fucking dude, no. Okay. I
agree with you. You're right. I completely agree with everything you said. We are on the same page. But I knew you didn't know that.
I don't know who. I don't read children's literature.
That is a Western produced anime, sir.
That's for kids, my friend. That is. Do they make lunchboxes with it? Unironically.
Hey, I'm gonna find a Deleuze lunchbox, okay?
That's ironically.
And I'm going to buy that for you for Christmas.
That Deadpool has lunchboxes. That's ironically. This is not the same thing. If My Little Pony and Zuko can be on the same shelf, you're in the wrong spot.
What if I get you Deleuze and Guattari reconfigured as Aang and Zuko on a lunchbox?
Let's instead talk about maybe why this doesn't work. Let's talk about it with maybe, I don't know, a real book. The Color Purple is a very famous story of a situation of a woman in a deeply abusive situation that she survives. And ultimately she finds healing through her sisters, her friends, the women around her, and reconnection with her sister specifically. The redemption arc is not specifically around how she is healing. That would be really shallow. Instead, the redemption arc is instead her personal growth and the way that it reconnects with her sister and how that goes. It's not about the abuse, and it's not specifically the healing. It is aside from that. Healing from abuse itself is not itself a thing.
I agree.
Yeah. So you agree with Lily Orchard here?
No, I don't.
Well, then
And I'll tell you why. Because the subtext of this statement, because the example is Zuko, i.e. Zupo, okay, is not one in which the moving away from the negative impacts of abuse is not a morally inflected decision. There is more being loaded into that first half of the sentence than simply the fact that a character is a victim of abuse. This character in particular, their redemption arc is specifically identical with their moving away from the source of abuse, because the evil that they do is a part of them being involved in a cycle of abuse. So I agree with you. The moving away by itself would not be a redemption arc, but the redemption arc was identical with, in the case of characters like this, with a moving away
this
from
this is my point of Color Purple, and actually, and Rifter in the chat is 100% hitting my point.
Okay.
That redemption isn't even the point of Color. It's the character grows through overcoming generalized adversity, and her personal story is one of reconnecting with her sister and that overcoming. It isn't about redemption. Claiming the Color Purple is about redemption, or having redemption be the thing that is about.
But having a redemption arc does not mean that the story is about the redemption of that character. All redemption means is that a character that is in some sense morally or otherwise botched is brought back into some state of being where they're not. It's making the character not a negative existence. Like you can.
Christ.
You disagree?
I don't know who this fucking Zuko is, and it seems what's happening here is literally this reference is adding so much fucking loaded language.
But it's in the. Yeah, it is.
No, if I take Zuko out and I say victims of abuse moving away from negative impacts of their abuse becoming healthier are not redemption arcs, that is flatly true. To say that simply moving away is the redemption, it undoes the reality of what true abuse or overcoming abuse requires, which is not just overcoming, but actually an affirmation movement, not just moving away and realizing that you were beaten and it's bad and getting healthy with it. There's a affirming part that is part of it.
I mean, there's no part of here that says that he even recognizes that he was being abused before he moved away from the negative impacts of his abuse.
I don't even know who the fuck this character is. And that's my point. Is like, is it just because the inclusion of Zuko, because it's like,
I think
I'm gonna like demand you tell me this character's arc, I guess. Yeah, like at some point, or you give me some. I'm not gonna watch this stupid fucking cartoon.
Okay, I'm gonna have to explain Avatar to Brooks at some point. That's amazing.
Good Christ, no, I don't want all of it. I just want like, what's this dude's thing? Because look, it's a kid's cartoon. It's an archetype. Give me another character who does the same thing that they stole it from.
Okay. Kylo Ren. He's the Kylo Ren of the Avatar universe.
Well, that's fucking, I hate you. I fucking hate you. You knew I was going to hate you for that.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Oh. Christ.
It's a good show. You should watch it.
Like I'm not going to.
It's not that
those Thundercats. What the fuck? Like there's too many other things out there, and too many.
Show?
I don't care. There's too many other things out there that's like good and like actually has deep, interesting characters. I'm not gonna look.
Why is Brooks so hostile to Avatar? Hey, ask him about Sonic Adventure 2 sometime.
Ask me about Sonic. Like everyone's got their dumb shit. I've got my dumb shit in a different place. You've got your stupid. I've got my stupid. I'm saying yours is stupid, but I've got my own. Don't worry about it.
Sonic Adventure 2 is not stupid.
By
the way, have you I'm just getting into this. Have you read this at all? The Bergson's Two Sources of Morality and Religion?
Mm-hmm.
Initial thoughts? This is the one that breaks a lot of people on Bergson, I've heard. He gets weird.
I I enjoy when they all get weird. I think he's trying some things there that's very interesting. And I will hold for that.
I'm finishing off Spinoza first. I know we were supposed to cover that a while ago. I'm actually going through the affect section right now. I'm talking about orcs through that. So
no, and your chat is just pissy. I'm being an asshole.
He is being an asshole.
I'm being an asshole. It's funny. I find it funny to fuck with you people. Look, I've got a 7-year-old. He's gonna fucking want to watch Avatar in like 2 or 3 years or less time than that, and I'll watch it with him. That's how this works. Get over it. That's fucking. I'll watch it at some point. I'm not gonna stop everything I'm doing and watching it in the next 3 days.
This is why I'm so disappointed that you and Dan wouldn't talk to each other, because I think you could save him.
Oh no. See, the thing is, he's just. I would have simply said he's a liar because he is. Like he is.
I will say. Look. He is. I agree. I called him a liar to his face. But here's the thing. I don't think
he knows he is.
I agree with you, but I'm going to inflect this a little bit. I think he knows he's a liar, and at the same time, he doesn't.
Okay.
I think he is a guy. Look, everything this guy does is like, he is legitimately a babe in the woods. I'm like, he doesn't know what planet he's on. I think him talking to the right people and getting a little bit of self-respect would do wonders for him. But maybe I'm naive. In fact, I know for a fact.
No, you're naive. He used you and kids specifically in order to figure out where people would have issues, so that way he would know what things to avoid in the future. I know. Because he's deeply cynical, and he flat out said that he was practicing debate with you. Like,
but you'd also murder him though, so it would have been fun to watch.
I don't like debate. I would entertain and follow him into the fucking ground, and I think it'd be hilarious.
It would be. Look, I think refusing was the right decision. I'm just saying.
No, specifically because look, the drama bag is yours, and you have a history with those people.
Oh, I don't like that at all.
Sorry. I mean, am I wrong?
No, I just don't like it.
I mean, I have limited, if any, and it would just be like kind of a nothing. Instead, I think it turned out quite entertaining, which I enjoyed. I think a lot of people watching did as well. And I think overall, it came away as things that can be clipped to show that he's simply full of shit. Like, he actually doesn't realize how he undid himself. First with Kid, and Kid's method being different than yours, where it's just clips of him admitting things are lies, admitting he's doing it cynically, admitting he doesn't think that Twitch is anti-Semitic, and he's doing this just to sort of get rid of the CEO of Twitch because he's on a crusade for his buddy, which is hilarious.
I am watching and struggling to try and assimilate Kid's approach because it's so fucking good. He just didn't do enough dumb shit to get the following early on, but I think he's going to start growing pretty fast now. In fact, he's been doing pretty well lately. He's had like 70 concurrents on YouTube alone. He's doing not bad at all.
Yeah. So how did Zuko redeem himself? I'm guessing. There's an O at the end. It's got to be a dude. It's a dude, right?
Dude. You Ocarina of Time, Princess Ruto, you freaking bigot.
No, that's Zelda rules. Different rules.
Fuck, I can't think of any women with an O at the end. God damn it. Let me read you the wiki.
Sorry, that's just I've done I've created Star Wars characters who actually are in like Wikipedia. Okay. I have a Wikipedia entry. So like the number one rule for character creation is that you have to feminize names, especially for kids shows, which this certainly isn't.
Zuko, this is from Wikipedia. Zuko is the crown prince of the Fire Nation and a skilled firebender, meaning he has the ability to create and control fire. He is the eldest child of Fire Lord Ozai and the older brother of Princess Azula. Should have been a Zulo. That would have fucked with you hard. Before the events of the series, Zuko is banished from the Fire Nation by his father and told he must capture the Avatar, a unique, spiritually powerful individual who could end the 100-year war. At the beginning of the series, he is the primary antagonist, opposing Avatar Aang and his allies. He says, as he seeks redemption for his father since he has been banished from the Fire Nation. Over time, however, Zuko loses faith in the Fire Nation's war, feels guilt for his crimes, and begins to sympathize with those the Fire Nation has oppressed at the time he has been in the Earth Kingdom, along with his uncle Iroh. So you see, and he becomes a good guy later on. So, as you see, him moving away from the source of abuse is the identical move of redeeming his character. Because the cycle of abuse is what produces him as the kind of person who does the bad things. So the issue here is not with you, because I agree with everything that you said. My issue here is with the actual statement that Lily Orchard is making by using Zuko as the example. Because she is saying that a redemption arc that involves a positive, let's say, personal development that benefits the character who is redeemed, therefore is invalidated as a redemption arc. What you're saying I agree with, which is a simply moving away from abuse and becoming better for yourself, is not redeeming yourself. However, what she is saying is that if you benefit from your redemption's invalidated.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because she is not concerned about victims of abuse being demonized or about having their agency removed. What she is concerned about is a perpetrator of abuse is not allowed to get away from punishment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe. There's a movie called Promising Young Woman. I do recommend it. I really actually enjoyed the film. Promising Young Woman is a redemption arc story of a woman who visited and also experienced a great deal of abuse. Her redemption arc is in a level of sort of ironic poetic justice that she's able to visit at the end in order to do right by her friend. It is not necessarily that she gains a healthy perspective on the abuse that was visited. The redemption arc is elsewhere. If it was only that,
yes,
it would be awful.
I agree.
Then maybe just Lily Orchard should actually include real literature or real films.
I think that is the least of Lily Orchard's problems.
All right, I'm gonna stay right here and shit on you as you keep talking about the rest of this.
All right, sounds good. Rule 5, or tip 5. Heroes refusing to kill villains who have shown to be actively trying to murder people isn't noble, it's enabling. Depends, for me.
Well, that's really stupid.
Yeah, although, with Batman's case, given that he's still just beating up the Joker, it's like, if you're going to keep on doing that, that's probably kind of dumb. The Joker has to fucking kill himself at the end. In fact, actually, it is so perverse that Batman actually paralyzes the Joker so that he can keep his moral purity.
In one of the billion fucking comics.
Sure.
Like the underlying thing, and again, this is where you get.
Well, what you're pointing at is that Batman has no identity, so it's talking about Batman as meaningless.
But Batman as a character, yes. If you're talking about sort of the underlying thing, though, that I would say Batman represents, which I enjoy, is a bit more towards this abolitionist take of prisons, a bit more towards this idea of not necessarily seeking revenge, but instead justice. And his version of justice is particular the idea that it's enabling.
Well, it's like a perverse form of it really is like a form of what happens at the end of the Scouring of the Shire when they defeat Saruman and they're like, no, let him go. He may someday, like, it's out of our power, but he may someday like find a way to make himself the wise wizard he once was, kind of thing. But it's doing so as a cop.
Really?
Yeah, like that's.
I always appreciated that.
No, I like in Tolkien, you mean?
Yeah,
I agree. No, what I'm saying is that the reason why it's perverse in Batman is because fundamentally
It depends on the Batman.
They're all putting him into a prison hellhole where his only chance of redemption is to escape or to be affected by social workers.
Again,
which is not like
it's gonna vary by the Batman. And I say this as someone who's a huge fan of Punisher, by the way. So like, the Batman specific thing is he doesn't kill because his parents were killed. He doesn't want people who are around that criminal to be experiencing that sadness. He doesn't want to be part of taking a life. I don't get how that's enabling.
Well, I think what she's pointing to here, and I agree with this to a point, is that if the purpose of showing that they're not trying to murder people because, and by murder, she's been killing, let me restart. Heroes refusing to kill villains as if not killing is virtuous in itself by definition, I think is question begging. Right? So to that extent, I agree.
Yeah, well, that's just shitty writing. Like, for example, I really liked, to just stick with comic books and not go into like super crazy, all kinds of different weird literature. Peacemaker coming out of the Suicide Squad.
Yeah.
Refusing to kill and being unable to kill because of who he killed and what it meant and how that landed inside of the movie and how that affected him. That's actually good writing. And his not killing when he did kill and how he very much sectioned off and wouldn't kill this person but would kill these and how he did it, I found actually really interesting and good writing. And it is not enabling when he didn't kill people.
I haven't seen Peacemaker yet. I should, but I think another point of reference that I am familiar with is like at the end of the Firefly movie, at the end of Serenity, like with the when Mal beats the operative and he like breaks dislocates his shoulders or whatever, he could have just killed him. But there's sort of an awareness of this is a person who's doing what he thinks is the good thing to do based upon his conditioning and the information that he's presented with, and so he given the opportunity, his choice is not to mete out revenge on a guy who's done bad things. His choice is to show him information and give him the opportunity to not be that. Like that I agree. That's not enabling. That's the best possible outcome.
Do you want to hear? I'm going to actually give you an example that's going to make your chat realize how much of an asshole I am.
Okay.
Ong from Avatar.
Okay.
I think if memory serves, he doesn't actually kill Ozai, but instead removes his powers. That would be a good example.
From the oh no. You didn't watch the show. Does that happen in the movie? The live action movie? You watched the live action movie. Oh my god.
There's a lot of great examples. I mean, it happens in the show.
It never happened in the live action movie? Okay, it happened in the live action show.
Yeah, it happened in the show.
Okay.
Live action movie I did watch though also because it's also great. But it's great in that way that M. Night Shyamalan is wonderful. I know, it's frustrating, isn't it? To stick in anime land though, one of my favorite animes actually is Trigun. Vash the Stampede as a great example.
My partner likes Trigun.
Trigun's amazing. The nature of Vash the Stampede, who is absolutely capable of murdering anybody at any fucking time he wanted to, period. And instead, he refuses to great detriment to himself. And it is absolutely noble.
Yeah, I'll buy that. The movie was quite good.
And it carries all the way through to the very end with knives. All the way through. It's beautiful. Genuinely beautiful, actually. But there's a bunch. Like, there's just a fuck ton of these. Superman refuses to kill. I know they changed that because everything's now hardcore and extreme since the 90s. Spider-Man used to. Daredevil. I can just name a bunch of like it was a
Well,
thing.
That's the thing that really offends me about George R. R. Martin is because he has this really perverse attitude towards stuff where it's like it's actually kind of the Lily Orchard approach, oddly, where it's like if you don't kill your enemies, then they win by default, which is like,
well, you have the question this raises, and it's one of
what
my
do you mean
favorite
Superman doesn't kill people? Superman doesn't kill people, like, generally, with like, I think the
Superman's
sole
not
exception,
supposed to fucking kill people.
with the sole exception, I think, of people who he's weaker than. Because that's the point, is like, you don't have the option of giving mercy to someone who's stronger than you and winning. Which is like the out.
I mean,
like,
again, I would just say pre-Doomsday, Superman did not do that shit. Period. Pre-Doomsday?
No, he killed Zod, didn't he? I think even in the originals.
Nope.
Really?
Banished to weird Polygon.
I thought Superman actually killed Zod in the original written version of it. Like, didn't he like literally execute him?
I'm pretty sure that's just the new one. Wait, does he do it in Superman 2?
Well, in Superman 2, he turns him into a human and then fucking executes him, remember? Because he gets him into the Fortress of Solitude. He does the switcheroo thing where they try to make him like use the fortress to use the crystal to take away his powers.
Not actually
he takes
said
away
that he kills.
No, hang on. He takes away his powers, crushes his hand in his fist, picks him up and throws him off a cliff. That fucker's dead. We don't see Zod in a prison afterwards. He doesn't like fly them back and put them in jail.
Yeah, the movies.
He fucking kills
again,
them.
In the comic books, he doesn't do that shit.
I think he actually does, though. I think he actually does. Let's see. Zod first appearance, Superman comic.
He executed
So he
Zod
first
on the
appeared in
moon.
comics in 1961.
Before the New 52, he did execute Zod on the moon. But that's
on the... Look, what happens on the moon stays on the moon, okay. No, I think
Trinity War. I mean, again, these are like, I'm talking about like...
No, but I don't think you have to justify that, though, because the point is, like, you show mercy to someone who is under your power.
Super early
right?
on, Superman, again, this is why comics are shit for this, because there's a billion Supermen. And so when we're talking about like very early stuff, I actually quick Googling, and there are 1930s and 40s, he literally threw like bank robbers off buildings. So yeah, so as a, not the best example, perhaps. I was thinking of like the 80s and 90s. The Superman I grew up with pre-Doomsday. But again, that's one of the many, many, many.
But even with Doomsday, though, like the point is, at the point where someone's stronger than you, it's like, that's not like a thing you can do. Like, until the person is actually weaker than you, like, you are just desperately fighting to defeat the thing.
Yeah.
If he executed him in prison, it'd be a different story. Or like what stupid Jor-El did, which was, let's put them into a prison thing to just fly through space until they can get released, angry and insane a million years later.
If we go back though, let's talk maybe a little bit more a mainstream literature.
Hold on, I thought I got to run to the washer. You can keep chatting.
I'm gonna scream at chat then.
Do that.
At some time, chat will realize that mostly I talk shit. I do not like Star Wars. That is a real thing, but that's because I worked on it. I generally am perfectly fine with most things, but when I shit on things to Sunday, it's mostly to be mean to Sunday because I find it funny, and it is funny. So there you go. No, I don't like Star Wars is not a thing you want to talk to me about. My favorite cartoon. What the fuck? My favorite cartoon, that's like really, really complicated. If we're talking like movies or television series, if it was like Desert Island cartoons would end up being things like Venture Brothers, Paranoia Agent, probably Attack on Titan. I could rewatch that a fuck ton. Trigun, Bebop, the normals. Paranoia Agent probably be way up there though. I do really like that. A bunch of everything on Adult Swim. I don't know. Cartoons are cool. I know I never sound like I'm joking, Cal. That's what makes it entertaining. That's the way it works. It's not necessary that Sunday have someone who agrees with them on everything. That's not great. Just simple, Just simple. I don't know. That's my thoughts. Generally my thoughts. But hey, what am I saying? Who knows? Oh, Skinny Puppy. Someone asked me about Skinny Puppy. Fuck, I haven't thought about that. I'd probably say like Process, but that's because it was probably the last album I bought of theirs.
I don't even know what that is. All right, let's press on.
Good music. But, I mean, I don't actually know if it's still pretty good, I think. I'd probably still enjoy it.
2 women kissing in the last episode of a show after 4 to 5 seasons of trying to murder each other isn't revolutionary. It's fetishized abuse and violence. This seems very specific.
Oh, it is. I know the show she's talking about.
What show is she talking about?
She's talking about Sandra Oh, and God, I can never remember her name. God damn it. I can never remember the actress's name.
Isn't Sandra Oh the name of an actress?
Sandra Oh, and also that really pretty
Killing
blonde
Eve?
Jodie Comer.
Eve? Is it Killing Eve?
In Killing Eve, yeah.
Okay.
And Jodie Comer. It is. I actually disagree with her strongly on this. Killing Eve is an excellent series, I think. And it's not that it's revolutionary that it ends this way. The entire show is about basically 2 characters, one who is experiencing extraordinarily deep repression and one who has absolutely no repression at all and is a psychotic killer. And the way that they sort of cat and mouse through various situations until they end in a place where they kind of realize how these things interplay in various elements. I think it's strong. I don't want to ruin it, but Killing Eve is excellent. And 100% what she's talking about is 4 seasons. It ends.
Oh, well, you know what? That
season ends with them kissing. That has to be it.
That actually
it's about She-Ra? That's so depressing to me. I fucking hate everyone. What the fuck, man?
Well, that actually inflects this previous one as well as Zuko, too. Like, the purpose here is not to demonize people who have moved away from abuse or to...
Killing Eve is excellent, by the way. You should watch it.
No, but that really is
good.
that is the thread here, though. She really wants people who have been involved in cycles of abuse as a perpetrator at some level to just be punished, and she's angry at people who take enjoyment out of those people being better because she wants to see them hurt afterwards. The 2 women kissing in the last episode of the show after 4 to 5 seasons of trying to murder each other isn't revolutionary. It's fetishized abuse and violence. But it's fetishized abuse and violence because she wants to see one of them dead. That's what that is.
Eve and Villanelle. I mean, it's just weird that it matches up very much.
She-Ra Lily only watches cartoons, yeah.
Sounds like She-Ra to me too. Well then, I hate.
Twitter is not an appropriate place to reveal story details. The appropriate place is in the work itself.
Well,
I mean, no, because the appropriate place to share story details is in Fortnite.
I think if you consider things story details and that you're sharing them, you're a shitty writer.
Yep.
Here's a story detail. Where should I put it? If that's a thing that you actually consider.
Actually, Dumbledore was always gay.
Oh, fucking Christ.
When a character's body count is over...
Harry Potter, by the way, is the reason I tend to scream about things being children's shows and stop talking about them, because stop that.
When a character, Rule 8, when a character's body count is over 10,000 innocent lives, then that character is no longer redeemable.
Look, I don't know how a woman can fuck 10,000 people, but that's not a terrible body count.
10,000 innocent people.
Shame.
10,000 innocent people, Brooks.
Hey, you know what? If you're going to do 10,000 people, you probably want them all to be virgin.
Also, she didn't, hang on, slow down. She didn't say it was a woman, you sexist bastard. She just said a character's body count.
Yeah, we don't talk about dudes' body counts, though. That's not how that works. We should. I'm not saying otherwise, but come on.
All right, but after 10,000...
Everything she's been writing has been about women.
Okay, but what if hypothetically,
Every
Brooks...
tip she's had, by the way, has been about how you should write women.
But what hypothetically, Brooks, what would happen if she had said when a character has killed over 10,000 innocent people, then that character is no longer redeemable?
Character has killed 10,000... I don't know. This is stupid.
It's pretty stupid. So here's the deal, guys. If you've only killed 100 innocent people, it's okay.
What if you did it via bureaucracy?
If you killed 1,000 innocent, well, just look. I don't make the rules, dude. Okay. If you hit that 10,000 mark, it's over. That's how it works.
Well, yeah, but if it's through bureaucracy, we're talking about a diffusion of the responsibility around each one of those lives.
Well, every single one of them is then guilty of 10,000, so it's...
Well, that would be... So therefore, every stormtrooper on the Death Star, right?
I mean, why do we not feel bad about the Death Star being blown up? Brooks, you think about that? Clearly, we must have a reason to be so upset.
The single best argument about it, which is, what about the contractors? There's no way that they had stormtroopers and personnel to build everything. They had to hire external help. Are those guys responsible? Because in Return of the Jedi, it was actually in the process of being built. Obviously, there were dudes who just showed up the same way that
No. You see, it's in their contract that they have to become stormtroopers afterwards. It's actually part of the part of their benefits package. They get to live cushy lives as stormtroopers in the Death Star.
You're supposed to tell the story about a friend of yours who worked for a drug dealer. I mean, it's okay. Not everyone has seen Clerks these days, I guess.
No, but look at it this way: if you're a stormtrooper on the Death Star, that's the best place to be as a stormtrooper. You're never seeing combat on that shit.
I mean, you literally would die on both of them.
On the Death Star? I mean, yeah, if you leave a giant vent open for a bomb, sure. But hypothetically, that thing is a ship. Like, presumably,
no, I mean, Death Star has somehow a 200% death ratio.
Literally, all they had to do to make the Death Star the safest place in space is to not use it. Then nobody would know it exists and nobody would care. The only reason why they cared about blowing up the Death Star is because it blew up planets. Until that point.
Because they were modeled after the Nazis and World War II, and it was intended to be blah, blah, blah. So, look, if someone is... she's making the argument here, if someone has killed 10,000 people, they have no redemption arc. And I disagree with that. I think it's more difficult and I think it's tough, but...
No, it's a retributive idea of justice. The entire argument here is essentially that at 10,000 lives, it would be actually immoral to not punish the character or kill them regardless of how they've changed afterwards. It's fundamentally all it amounts to. And the 10,000 number is arbitrary. She's just saying if you killed a lot of people, then therefore it would be wrong to allow you to get better. Even if you actually become a conscientious person who is giving their all to make the world a better place and to care for the people around you, and even if you've built up like interpersonal connections where they would be hurt by your destruction, too bad, we gotta cut your head off. That's how it works. That's what it is.
And that's as someone in chat mentions, one of the things I've always really appreciated about, especially the reboot of Doctor Who, is that we're seeing a character in their redemption arc without seeing the horrifying things they did, right?
Talking about the Master, or?
No, the Doctor. The Doctor is a horrifying piece of shit.
Oh, I mean, I agree, but he's never...
No, that's my point, is we've never seen him do stuff. But 100% the point of everything he says, and he says it a lot, is the number of lives he's taken and how much he's done and all the evil shit. He did a lot of evil shit when he was one or two of the Doctors, and that stuff we've never seen. And the reason we've never seen it is because we probably couldn't forgive it.
It's one of the things I like about The Boys show, despite its myriad problems. is that they actually show how horrible the Homelander character is, and they allow you a brief window into the way in which the character is a different thing based upon his engagement with people who haven't been exposed to that. So, like, in particular, like his son, they're going to do a thing where it's going to fall apart, he's going to be a bad guy again, and we're going to get Billy Butcher killing him with a baseball bat. That's going to happen. Just inevitable. But for a brief little while, they allowed this character that is depicted as infantile and completely irredeemable to be a radically different person with his son in particular. Arendt talks about this a lot. It's how natality allows for a total reinvention of the thing in light of newer generations, so that, like, you can be a better person to new people. That is a thing. You can walk away from the thing that you are, let that die, and be something else.
Correct.
What Orchard is talking about here is, no, I will not let that go. I will bring. Yeah, yeah, fine. Well, the children's cartoon is all of them, because there's always an evil Skeletor monster who's killed 10,000 innocent people, right? That's it.
Sure.
Yeah. Like Darth Vader can't be redeemed because he's killed over 1 million innocent lives, right? So
sure.
Yeah.
I mean, when you start talking about, like, again, first off, the idea of redemption here is problematic, because it's to presume that someone can be redeemed or that they are irredeemable is totalizing them. As I will say, and I don't give a fuck who the person is. It's the worst. Fucking Hitler. People are produced through the material conditions that bore them. Like, if we went back and we actually killed Hitler as a baby, that's not like it would prevent World War II. That's not how that works. This shit would like.
Well, I mean, you probably have like a radically different sequence. Like, you'd have similar events as we've already had since then, but it wouldn't be that exact one. Obviously, there'd be differences.
It might be really, really fucking close. Like, because the world produces people. People don't make the world. No, their great man theory as an idea of this. This is born in this idea of, oh, well, a person can change their mind and be redeemed and become good. And it's like people are the situations that they're in and what they produce. And this is like when you start talking about, like, I don't know. I go back to, like,
well, Tolkien's actually a great example of this, because, like, he does the exact same thing with Sauron, actually. The character is, after the defeat of Morgoth, like, through, like, fear of punishment or whatever, like, he sues for just allowing himself to just kind of, like, exist in the world or whatever. And initially, like, it's actually a continuation of the general engagement with the ring itself, where there's a genuine desire to use his power to fix the world. That leads into the most efficient way to get power to fix the world. That leads to defeating his enemies to secure power to fix the world. That leads to the character just being something that ultimately exists to secure power, because in the course of that, everything else is forgotten or lost, because that struggle is interminable. Like, something like that occurs. And then, like, you have a character who is not at any point depicted as, like, evil to the point of an irredeemable stamp has been put in place. Instead, you just have the rigidification of a structure so that it's not accessible by other people to interfere with.
And even fuck fiction. Go watch The Act of Killing, and let's talk afterwards. You tell me you don't feel different about such a thing after you see that. Like, if you don't come away from that with a very different understanding of what it means for people to do atrocities and what it means for a person, then I don't know who the fuck you are. Like, it'll genuinely ruin your fucking day, and it'll change your mind.
Yeah. Rule 9. Tip 8. Tip 8. Tip 9. Tip 8 does not apply to characters for whom making them the villain was a stupid, idiotic idea, i.e. Sylvanas Windrunner. I don't know if that is. For fuck's sake. At that point, it's just character re-railment.
Tip 8. When a character does not apply.
I'm sorry. This is what drives me. Okay, these are tips for writing. So if you've written a stupid, idiotic villain, like, this is a Warcraft character, apparently,
which has no story, so that's great.
Okay, tip 9. Everything in a story is there because the creator wished it to be there. Trying to explain away bigoted story decisions using world building is a fallacy because you put it there to begin with. I mean, that's not true. Like, for example, what if I'm writing about do we think does she think that Orwell like really liked the idea of the totalitarian state in 1984? Like, there are bigoted aspects of that world. That's not there because he likes it. That's there because he's depicting something he doesn't like to make a point.
I will, if I may, Star Wars.
Mhm.
That's a bunch of white guys. And
Lando.
I got it. It's another fucking rant from Kevin Smith, but I don't accept that answer. Like, Lando is very much like, first off, end of Empire, not originally intended. The first movie is straight up white people going after a big black guy. And there's
a fat guy. There's Porkins. He dies immediately, but there's
and
Porkins.
His name's Porkins. And his name's
perfectly respectable name. The Porkins family has been
and
respected for generations.
The reason I mention this is because there are literally hundreds of pages and multiple books written about explaining how skin color got to be the way it was because of this, that, or the other.
You know what they should have done?
World building to explain that bullshit is 100%. And it's the same with, by the way, like Dobby the house elf, which is to me like the most insanely fucked up thing that's in a kid's story recently. Like, these are like, it's insane to me.
They should have made Porkins this maverick Han Solo like character who's just an ace pilot who kills everyone. That would have been so awesome. And he should have still been called Porkins, and everybody in his family is super lean and buff except for him. But he's still just awesome. Yeah.
Well, and chat mentions Watto, which is with 2 T's, by the way.
He's
Watto.
clearly Polish.
Yeah, really? Or the money hungry betrayers.
The money hungry Italian. The Italian. Watto the Italian.
No, the money hungry the greedy.
He even does this. Watto.
Who work with the evil
money don't work on me.
Axis.
Or sorry, wait. Jedi tricks don't work on me. What?
No, he's not Italian. He's literally just a big Jew, dude.
He does the thing.
I really. Really?
Tip 10. Everything in a story. Wait. Tip 11. Don't pair adults with minors. That's pedophilia.
George went really hard into stereotypes, and he went with the desert trader trope from movies he grew up with, which is what Watto is. Like, that's what he did.
Smith Black, very quickly, for the $5. In the Star Wars EU, Porkins wasn't actually fat. He came from a planet that had high gravity and his physique was muscular. Is that true? Did they actually do... Hang on. No way.
I would believe it. If you haven't watched one of the best Red Letter Media videos is when he's talking to Rich about Darth Vader's suit and the extended universe around that. It's fucking magical.
Hang on.
It wouldn't surprise me.
That sounds like exactly what they would do too.
Yeah, I believe it. 100%. I mean, Star Wars fans for a long time were very unique because universe building wasn't a thing. like in before 2005, that wasn't a thing people did. Like it was for weird, sad nerds in the basement. I mean, it still is, but it just recruited more people. And so they've got like a lot of sort of extended universe stuff around everything. And it gets fucking weird, dude. It gets really weird.
These are
But
Discord
again,
notifications I'm hearing.
they have the because the whole thing for Star Wars is that it's an allegory for World War II and Axis and allies, and so you have the literally the Japanese trade ministry, and he made them deeply racist, and then he has the people that they had to go down to the continent and underground to find, which is boy, they speak a certain way, and it's just fucking insane. It's just insane where he went with that. It still is. I fucking hate Star Wars. God damn it. God damn it.
Rule 12, don't sexualize teenage characters. It depends on what she means here. Like, if she means, because unfortunately, hate to break it to you, teenagers are sexual. So, for example, Evangelion does two things, one of which is bad, one of which is fine. The one of which is fine deals with developing sexuality in like early teens. The one of which is bad is it titillates the viewer by showing nude pictures of the female cast in the opening scroll. Right? That's the difference. That's sexualization versus dealing with sexuality. Make sense?
Yeah, let me try to say slightly differently because I don't think I disagree with you, but I want to make sure.
Sure.
I don't think it's a good idea to sexualize anyone. Like
I agree.
Overtly. Instead, allow the
No, I'm making
the
I'm making the caveat because we have now an established precedent for when this character is saying, don't treat this as a redemption, stuff like that. What she means is she's trying to punish a writer or a character. There's a significant lack of like.
I think so.
Don't sexualize anyone. I
would,
agree. Don't sexualize teenage characters. I agree.
I would argue not to
desexualize
either. Like again, sex as a thing is as we're talking about it is like this specific act or this revealing thing, and the reality of attraction and the reality of these things is far more complicated than that. Having someone be just explicitly sexual in order to be tittillating, I think, is stupid at every level.
Yeah, I agree.
But to pretend that teenagers are like desexualized, monks is also fucking stupid.
Well, that's what I mean though. It's like the difference between like dealing with sexuality and like, because the difference is that like okay, here's an example. There's a scene in Evangelion where Shinji's studying by the pool, and then there's a scene where Asuka leans over in a swimsuit to help him like do a problem, and he notices her chest, and the screen fixates on that for a second. That's depicting the character's point of view for a narrative purpose. That's not sexualizing. That's dealing with there's an out there, okay? There's a narrative out. I'm just saying there's a narrative purpose for that.
Fan service.
It can be both.
That shit is fan service. You don't have to literally like you can literally
hang on, wait,
and not be zoomed in on teenage breasts and have him act awkward, and everyone would know what happened.
I agree. Fair. Okay, fair enough. Moving on.
Like that's it. We don't have to. You can do these things by having these awkward interactions as awkward interactions. Like, Dinner in America. Dinner in America.
Okay. Slow down. Okay. Stop doing damage control in advance for yourself. Slow down. For example,
damage control for me.
Relax. For example, let me finish my goddamn thought so I don't end up being cut off in the middle of talking about this. Jesus H. Christ, we're live. Okay. In End of Evangelion, for example, there is a scene. Okay? Now I'm going to put to you, was that fan service or was that something else? Oh my god.
Which show are you talking about?
Ugh. Moving on. Okay. Don't make a weird anime excuses for sexualizing teenage characters. Actually, 1,000 years old. Fusion, age of consent, next country, etc. See Rule 10.
Yes.
If only. Oh, you sweet summer child. If only those were teenage characters they were doing that with. 14. Making a metaphor for gay trans ace representation is always inherently inferior to just making a gay trans ace character.
Yeah.
I
mean,
sometimes. And actually, you know what? I'm gonna go back to the previous thing I was saying. I need to remind myself the title of this. Did you see a movie called Luca? Pixar. Very good.
yes, I did.
Okay.
It is very good.
There are multiple reads on this. One of which is very obviously anti-gay prejudice. That's a very common read on that story. However, because they use a metaphor for it, it is A, child appropriate, gets a principle across that's generalized, while also dealing with the issue at hand. So you have, in this case, obviously representations for characters who, in our experience at least, are very typically ostracized on grounds that are essentially sex or gender related, right? But it allows them to talk about that without having to deal with not age appropriate material or allowing that thing to be generalized further. So there's a use for metaphor in this case that I think doesn't make it inferior.
Yeah, I would say there's 3 levels we could talk about. Let's talk about the first level, which I think is where I would say this statement works for me, which is Disney movies that hint at someone or being gay or having an accent or, hey, doesn't he seem sort of femme? That is really awful. Just fucking that I hate. I just hate that so much. Conversely, metaphor, there's this wonderful film called I Saw the TV Glow. Not exactly difficult for a lot of people to read into what it's really about. And it is not really about it is an allegory for one's sexuality in a deep, deep way. But at no point is the character that. It is a metaphor, right?
And
it's really hard to explain if you haven't seen it, and I don't want to ruin it for anyone. That's the problem. But it's a very, very trans positive movie, I think. But I think it applies to a lot of people understanding themselves and their sexuality. But it's fantastic. But it is a metaphor. It is a film metaphorically about what it means to experience and go through these changes and then find yourself. And that doesn't mean that you don't have that character, but a metaphor works. I would say. Here's a
problematizing example. So somebody asked what is ace representation. That refers to asexual representation. I don't know why they say ace. I would just say
because it sounds cool. Otherwise, you have to say
these freaking contractions. Ass. Just say asexual. It's 5 more
letters.
It's
the first word.
Okay,
but sound of it.
But here's an example. Asexual representation is typically represented not as asexuality, but as asexuality acquired through some kind of mutilation. So I'm going to give the example of Varys from Game of Thrones. Varys is a very asexual character. Varys is an asexual character because he had his balls chopped off. This is not an asexual character. This is a character who has been mutilated and lacks the hormones now in order to get turned on. And it's treated as if it's an inherent advantage, as if basically, just as Destiny takes Vyvanse, Varys cut his balls off, or had his balls off. Root and stem, as he says. And so he's not encumbered by desire in his pursuit of power and control and so on and so forth. That sucks. A good example of an asexual character, by contrast, would probably be somebody like Dumbledore, actually, who's the exact same type of character, but it's just how he is. Just doesn't give a shit about it. Just doesn't happen. He's not aromantic, but he's asexual, very much so. He's not depicted as having any sexual characteristics at all in terms of like his sexual
We
characteristics.
can go bigger.
Please.
Sherlock Holmes, not the TV show, the actual books. I think he is, to me, I mean, again, throughout the books, he's just not that, he's not interested in that. He is not, it's not his thing. I think it's a decent representation myself.
Until the sequel trilogy, Palpatine.
What?
Palpatine's not a character with any sexuality until he reproduces, and even though we don't even know, reproduces in the sequel trilogy.
What? I was talking about Sherlock Holmes.
Yeah, I just mentioned Palpatine as another example.
No. Palpatine's not asexual.
Really? He looks asexual. He doesn't,
He's just a minor character. Like having a character who doesn't have
he's
sex.
a minor character. So you mean that Rey's grandmother is a pedophile? That's not good.
I have no idea. I don't have the slightest fucking clue. But like Sherlock Holmes is, I think, a good example because he's literally the main character. And when presented with situations that he could find himself to be sexual, he has just the lack of interest in that. And it is not seen as a fault or a thing. It's an odd quirk that they mention. But again, at the time, that's not terrible. Gulliver's Travels, I want to say. Gulliver himself is generally moves away from physical relationships as he kind of makes his way to this place of physical intimacy not being important to him. Asexuality, from what I understand very much. I mean, am I off?
Nope.
Virginia Woolf's Miss Dalloway comes to mind. She spends the entire story absolutely talking about how she prefers emotional rather than physical intimacy. Like there are real characters that are like straight up the thing.
The Thing's asexual. There you go.
House MD is not asexual.
House,
he is
House,
deeply sexual. He fucks
everybody. Everybody. And he actively pursues it.
And the sex is like on his mind all the time.
Hey. Season 1 Cooper from Twin Peaks. That's an interesting case.
I would not say asexual.
No?
No, I think you could say that because he doesn't do that in that time, but he is, at points you can see how he's reacting to certain women around him, how he talks about them. He is not asexual. He is just simply there as a detective and trying to be professional.
Oh, but you're assuming a couple of things there, though.
I'm assuming what we see in the show, yes.
Well, true, but what we see in the show is a character developing over time. A person can acquire an asexual status, and they can leave an asexual status. Human beings aren't sort of rigid that way. Are you saying he's transcendentally asexual and not asexual?
The way he looks at women throughout the entire first season and talks about them, that would presume that he sees physical intimacy as being a thing. Like you don't speak about.
You can be asexual and see physical intimacy as being a thing. You just don't have an interest.
He has interests. You can see that.
You can see that. You can tell. You can tell just by looking at him. Can you?
How he acts. Absolutely.
Okay, Mr. Girl. All right, 15. If there are humans in your story, restricting gay, trans, and asexual representation to the non-human characters makes you a huge turd. Yeah, take that one, Ursula K. Le Guin. Fuck you.
What?
The Left Hand of Darkness, no?
No, yeah, but I'm just sorry, not you. That line, if the only gay man in Europe, that's wow.
Well, that's strange for a couple of reasons. First of all, yeah, that's just kind of dumb. This also isn't a writing tip. This is like a world building preference. You can write very well. You can write a bigoted story really well. But there's not a reason you can't do that. Like there's different kinds of good writing. It's just odd. 16. If the only gay man in your work is a foppish diva, you're a huge turd.
That's also bad.
What if the only gay man in your work is a obese mobster? Pedophile. Space Baron.
I don't know. I'm just thinking of like, I don't know, for some reason, like the first one that like came
Vladimir
to mind,
Harkonnen is a divas. That's true.
for sure. But like, I don't know what, like, someone who, the guy who wrote and made Rent, which is, it's celebrated. It may not be everyone's favorite, but especially for the time it was made, the guy who wrote it's a huge turd. Like, I'm just feels like
This is just a dumb way to talk, bluntly. Like, it literally is just about, I in my state of enlightenment, I'm going through these books by other people, and I'm deciding if you don't hit this checklist of mine that I think is obvious, then therefore you're an inferior human, obviously, because obviously I'm better, and if you're not like me, it's because of some personal vice or whatever that is transcendental to your situation or the environment in which you're writing or you're brought up, etc., etc. It's just, it's stupid. It's just a stupid way to approach anything. It's stupid and pathetic and self-congratulatory. It's just boring. She's not saying anything is the upshot of this.
also foppish divas. Go hang out in West Hollywood. Like, I used to go to bars there all the time. There's a couple.
Also, just this, can we just dwell on the spelling of foppish here? Faupish.
Yeah, it's FOPP. Yeah. Okay,
17.
It's about cartoons. I need to remember this. It is about cartoons.
17. If the only lesbian in your work is an abusive rageaholic with vague angst issues and a codependent relationship to a protagonist, you're a huge... So if you're... What? I have no idea who she's referring to here. This is so specific. If the only like Harley Quinn, maybe? If the only lesbian in your work is an abusive rageaholic with vague angst issues.
I mean, Harley Quinn's not a rageaholic. She just murders people for fun with a big hammer.
She has rage episodes.
Harley Quinn is a great cartoon.
Harley Quinn is a great cartoon, but the Harley Quinn character is rage episodes. But yeah, the Harley Quinn cartoon
she's
is
also
great.
not a lesbian.
She's
or is, I don't know.
Yeah.
She's
bisexual, clearly.
She's a lesbian in the cartoon. She's mostly bi, but it switches again. It's a comic book. There's a million people who've fucking written it. I don't know.
No, but there's like she's clearly bisexual. There's concurrent, like even in the recent Batman and Harley Quinn movie, like she fucks Robin, so that's a thing.
Okay.
Yeah. She has sex with members of the Suicide Squad in multiple cases. Like she's bisexual. Ivy might be lesbian. I actually don't know. I am not aware of any. I'm not aware of her having sexual relationships with males, but Ivy's canonically bisexual. Yeah, okay. Like obviously, like in the Harley Quinn show, like the Ivy relationship is prioritized, but she's not a lesbian. Poison Ivy had a relationship with Kite Man. Well, there you go.
Well, in the cartoon, again, there's a million of these characters.
Hey, you know what? Here's an example.
And they had a relationship because Kite Man's the stupidest character ever, and that's why they wrote it that way.
Okay, here's an example.
Hilarious.
Okay, stop reading chat. You're talking over me to talk to chat. Okay.
Bane was great.
Here's an example though. If you were incapable of having female friendships between two women protagonists in your story without making them a lesbian relationship, you kind of suck. I'll give you an example. The second season of Carnival Row, which was terrible. In order to make themselves seem more progressive, they had a zero chemistry, undeveloped relationship between the female lead and one of the supporting side characters just be the end result for no reason. And there were no relationships that were platonic between female friends because they are intrinsically sexualized. That's annoying. Like that's not great. Like
that would be annoying.
It's like here's the thing. There's opening the door for every kind of relationship, and then there's insisting on every relationship terminating in sexuality as sort of like an extreme counter reaction to historic like heteronormativity in fiction. So, for example, it would be very unlikely that there was not a romantic subplot between virtually every member of the Fellowship of the Ring, if that was published today, right? But just generally, that's kind of what you would sort of expect. Sam and Frodo.
There's also a really weird trend of sexuality, modern style, where they actually have it be overt relationships, but the actual sex is something that has been reduced, and the outcomes of it. It's a really fascinating thing. There's a handful of papers. There's a good book I'm trying to think of on it that talks about sort of how sex has changed in film over the last 40 years. That makes, again, everyone has every sexuality, but they don't like.
Or how about Good Omens? So Good Omens is one. Good Omens is one where there is a very close developed relationship between Aziraphale and Crowley. But it's treated as if it needs to. It's treated as if a sexual relationship in particular is an elevation by itself, as if that's where it has to go in order to be valid. And by the way, I'm saying this as someone who completely approves of that relationship in particular. But what I'm always bothered by a little bit. Now they would kiss. If you read the book, that's not obvious. That's not actually the relationship they have in the book. In the show, it kind of makes sense. But in the book, it's like it would come out of nowhere.
I go with Killing Eve as like brilliant writing that this is the case. Like this would apply to Killing Eve again, by the way. And
sure.
Killing Eve,
because
it's more than just like she is an abusive rageaholic, does awful shit with angst issues, and could have been in a relationship with the protagonist Eve, but it's great. The book's
no, I don't. What I don't like is the insistence that any relationship to mean something has to turn sexual. So, like the fact that the next stage of the relationship is presumed to be, oh, they're fucking each other now, is odd to me. And there's a perverse kind of erasure of non-sexual relationships in the process. So, like. I agree with this. For Aziraphale and Crowley's relationship to make sense, it has to follow the shipping logic where it's like, oh, they're ineffable husbands now. But like, why? Like, why is it the case 100%. Why is it the case that has to be the read on it? And it's like, see, what I like people playing with is like, oh, there's more meaningful relationships outside of established official relationships that are sexual. Like, that's interesting. So, this is
actually one of my favorite TV shows, sort of comedies, odd things, Boston Legal. Mm-hmm. Again, dating myself, I know, because I think it ended, the series didn't, 2008, I think was the end of it. But the main characters of it, James Spader and William Shatner, are men who are best friends. And the show is explicitly about, and they talk about this, how men aren't allowed to have just friendships, and they're not allowed to be sort of close in the way that they are. They have sleepovers as grown adults. They go on trips together. They're this kind of friend. And that kind of thing, even at the time, was just simply not a thing we allowed. Men... because, well, what if? We don't want to wonder if, what if? And that kind of is the undertone and joke that's kind of running. But it's actually, they show you can have caring relationships that are not sexual, that you can be close with people. And it actually happens, it turns James Spader's character, Alan Shore, he actually also turns and learns to have non-sexual relationships with women. He's a horrifying womanizer, but over time, learns more, like, again, character arcs over the series as he learns what friendship is besides just how society does it. Really fantastic show, by the way, really funny too. But it's that same thing. People are allowed to just be friends and be close.
Yeah, it's hard. Cal says it's hard to explain, but it's not just shipping. There's something in the writing that just makes sense. Well, there is, but the problem is not the problem I'm having is that there's something perverse, I think, about the just makes sense part. So I'll give you an example. The relationship between Aziraphale and Crowley, as depicted even in the show, is very similar to the relationship between Gandalf and Bilbo in the original trilogy, as they're depicted in the opening of it. Very, very similar. And the problem I have here is that there is essentially, let me put it this way. To presume that characters, that male characters in a particular type of intimate relationship that is friend-based, an intimate type of friendship, must therefore also be in some degree of sexual relationship, is to presume that every relationship between friends where one is homosexual is by definition sexual. There's a subtle insertion of sex specifically into every relationship involving a character that is capable of a homosexual relationship. And that is what I think is kind of perverse. Making it conceivable that Bilbo and Gandalf would be attracted to each other, could have that kind of relationship, I don't care about. What I do care about is treating it effectively as a default where every single kind of relationship therefore transitions to that by dint of that is odd to me. Does that make sense? Like it turns it into, there is a kind of subtle, it's sexualizing isn't really the word. It's weirdly a kind of extension of misogynistic tropes onto men who are in any way, shape, or form coded as even capable of being gay in movies. Is that a good way to put it? Like it's something similar to that, where it's like by dint of them being gay or not being officially heterosexual, therefore their relationships must involve sex.
I watched Boston Legal. It doesn't involve serious discussions about characters named Bilbo.
Ugh. If your only non-binary character is a non-human shapeshifter, you're a huge turd.
What? Okay. Well, that's...
I'm sorry. Just to be clear, like, I'm going to, very quickly, I'm just going to zoom down a little bit, okay? Black character, autistic character, non-binary character, black woman, trans woman, da-da-da. Okay. If any sentence here that starts with if you're only, etc., what she is leading us towards is a situation where you have what happens with Jeff Vandermeer in the two other Area X books, okay? These are the sequels to Annihilation, where he has a mention specifically of a black woman who is a lesbian, but it's not relevant to the plot. It is brought up to tick a box, which means that when it is introduced and swiftly forgotten. She was a black woman who was a lesbian. And then we never hear of her personal life again because it doesn't matter. Because the reason why it was brought up is specifically to other her so that he can say he has fully populated the menagerie. Which is not representation. That is kind of the definition of minstrelization. You're including these people for something tertiary to them being people or characters that matter in the story.
Yeah.
What you would have is, as an obvious description, you would possibly reference things that stand out about their person from a distance. So, for example, this person has this kind of hair. That's remarkable. This person has... this tone of skin, that's remarkable. This person has these clothes, that's remarkable, and so on and so forth. You'd mention that as identifiers so that when they see those things, they recognize that it's that person. But then you wouldn't say, oh, she was a lesbian, and then leave it. You would go, oh, her wife was on the phone. Because that's relevant. You've introduced the same information, but you haven't reduced her to a set of characteristics that are filling a political mandate for your book that other people care about. That's weird. With the list that she has, you very swiftly run out of places to add these characters in. There are so many different variations of sexuality and gender and racial categorization and so on and so forth, that if you actually followed these rules, you would end up with, and this is the black trans woman character, and this is and it would be like a trope, which is the opposite of what you want, because what you're doing there is you are specifically reifying their otherization by making their inclusion a perverse necessary novelty. Right? This is also why I hate Jeff Vandermeer, by the way. I hate that fucker so much. The first Annihilation book is very good, but I hate that guy. So same here. Only non-binary characters is a non-human shapeshifter. If your only autistic character is an ethically challenged number fetishist, you're a huge turd. I would be very curious to see if she's actually referring to a character that's been officially declared autistic, or if she is coding such a character as autistic. Because you can be an ethically challenged number fetishist and not be autistic, just so you know.
These are just like generalized tropes over the last 20 years.
Yeah.
The innocent version of this is just don't write tropey shit like everyone else.
Yeah.
There you go.
If your only black character is a volatile, hyper-angry brute, you're a huge turd. Yeah, fair. If your only black woman in your cast barely gets any screen time except to be fetishized or fits Rule 20. Sure. If the only trans woman in your cast is a drag queen and all but name, you're a huge... I don't like this. See, here, look. I think it is perfectly acceptable for a trans woman to be flamboyant and fabulous in a story without the character being a drag queen. I think associating a particular style of dress with a particular gender is kind of exactly the problem. If you force a woman to kiss her abuser... This is weird, because this is a writing tip. So she would say, if a woman kisses her abuser in a story, then therefore that negatively morally reflects on the author. That is a strange stipulation. Because here's something crazy that happens in real life. Women in abusive relationships kiss their abusers. It's a thing that happens. Sometimes they even marry them.
They often fuck them too.
Yeah. And so you're not allowed to write about that or allow that to take place in your fictional story, or you're basically, no, I don't think so.
Like all of these, like, okay, John Waters fucking rules. So fuck off on all this. Like, that's all I can think of. Like, that you can do all these things. You can do 100% of these things. You can dive into tropes so fucking deep, it's fucking nuts. There's this fantastic recent blaxploitation film. God damn it, what was it called? They got God damn it. I'm gonna get it wrong. I'm gonna be careful with that one. They cloned Tyrone. Holy shit.
What?
Genuinely fucking hilarious blaxploitation film. John Boyega, Jamie Foxx, Teyonah Parris, and David Allen Greer are like working together. It's fucking hilarious. And it's genuinely wild. And Kiefer Sutherland plays like the fucking, I can't even tell you. It's absurd, but 100% plays into all of the tropes, but does so in service of something far more. It's so good. It's like They Clone Tyrone is genuinely fantastic. It was super fun, I thought.
If you sideline every non-white character in your cast to focus on a white boy with anger issues and a tendency toward hostility getting a redemption arc, you're a huge turd.
Wait. Non-white character focused on white boy with anger issues and tendency towards hostility getting a redemption arc.
So here's the problem. I get what she's saying, but here's how this actually reads. If you have non-white characters in your story, then you have an obligation to not have a white protagonist who is a bad person who has a redemption arc. Which is stupid. Because when you have a redemption arc, you focus on the character. It's a thing that happens. Now, if we're talking about, for example, the redemption arc of a specifically racist character, while you sideline the characters he was racist towards, and that's like the focus of the... That's obnoxious. But this is also very, very specific Is she talking about Zuko again, perhaps? Although I don't think Zuko.
Jesus
Zuko's
Christ.
not really white though.
Yep.
Zuko's kind of Zuko's basically
American History X does this. By the way, American History X does this. Focuses on
yes,
white guy with rage sidelining all other race characters because the story is about how white rage develops and begets itself and other things. Like it's about that thing.
I think it's Kylo. I don't think it's Kylo Ren. Paul Atreides isn't a good example. Paul Atreides doesn't have rage. Paul Atreides is sort of the picture of. It's kind of actually the point that Paul Atreides is tremendously self-contained and controlled, because he's not. The point is he's not out of control because he's acratic. He's out of control despite having as much personal control as a person can have over themselves. Like Paul Atreides' tragedy is not a fall because of personal passion, right?
I was sorry. I was gonna say the other Avatar, maybe.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Well, because
actually,
he's the only non-blue. He's the non-blue guy, and he's angry, and has anger issues.
No.
And he overcomes them to become the hero.
No. It's Avatar 2, Way of Water. Okay, where what's his name? I almost said Colonel Kurtz. What's his name? Who's the
You'll see nothing.
The bad guy from Avatar 1. The guy who shoots Ripley.
In what?
Quaritch. Colonel Quaritch.
Oh yeah, Colonel Quaritch.
Yeah. Colonel Quaritch literally turns into one of the blue people in part 2.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. I mean, technically not, but also sort of like is resurrected as one of the blue people.
I mean, he very much is resurrected. Doesn't turn into a blue person. They make a blue person out of his DNA and memories.
Well, it's like this is actually sort of a growing trope that I actually do appreciate a lot, because I think it actually undermines a lot of the retributive attitudes in fiction to characters who are seen to do bad things in previous ones. Not that he doesn't actually do bad things, like he does bad things, but like characters that are coded as not being sympathetic, as the ones who aren't supposed to be redeemed, they're the ones who are supposed to die in order to make the audience feel better. They use the fact of having children and whatnot, and the fact that for them, like, the world is new from the moment that they enter it, to give the opportunity for characters to actually be better starting from scratch. And that's like a thing they wrestle with. Like, that's the most interesting part about The Boys to me, is that element. And just, I hate the way they're dragging it out, because it basically has just turned into violence porn. But like same with Colonel Quaritch and Spider in Avatar 2. Like that's...
Oh, Spider was going to be so cool, dude. Spider was going to be so cool.
But
fuck,
what'd they do?
I can't say.
Oh,
just not the things. I just really hope Disney doesn't take control of everything and lets Jim and the guys make their thing, because there's some really cool concepts coming, I think, if they get to do it. That was the idea, is like the first Avatar was, in Jim's words, it's his Hobbit. It's a very simple, basic story that sets up a world that he can then do more with. That's the hope.
This little maneuver is going to cost us 50 years.
For fuck's sake.
How long did it take them for Avatar 2? It's like 20 years, wasn't it?
Yeah, but they filmed Avatar 3 concurrently, and then 4 and 5, I think, have started.
Well, I thought Avatar 1 was successful. Why did it take them so goddamn long?
Like,
well, their cast went into middle age. He didn't want to do it.
He didn't want to do it right away. And then after that, so like when I first started, the film was going to be released in 2014, then 2015. That was like my first year there, was the pushback to 2015. And production actually really began, where they started creating stories. We got scripts in, we're creating characters, building out franchise, all that fun shit. And then they started realizing, and I can talk about this because the second one came out, they needed to do underwater mocap, which is, by the way, not a fucking thing until Jim decided to do it. So that became an issue. They had to work on that for a long time, change pipelines because the first Avatar also was intensely expensive, but expensive in a sense of how it was produced was almost accidental. The number of VFX studios who were running at full blast for like 3 or 4 months on rendering is extraordinary. And they needed to figure that out. It was a bunch of production stuff. He also wanted to go to the bottom of the Marianas Trench, which is the reason I got my job, because someone who's very, very nice guy, who was the sort of, I don't know, chief digital officer at Lucasfilm, who left because, you know, everyone hates Lucasfilm. He's the guy who described Lucasfilm the best. He said it was like showing up to a party at 1 a.m. Everyone who's still there thinks the party's going to get good again, but you know it's not. As I really like that way. But he got a job offer, and they wanted to interview him. And then Jim decided to go to the bottom of the Marianas Trench and was there for like 6 months and couldn't interview him. The guy got another job and recommended me. Fun story.
By the way, there are 258 people in this audience and only 91 likes. You bunch of freeloaders. Debate Vosh on what? I don't think Vosh would be willing to debate me anymore, which is fine. He lost last time. Additionally, if you appreciate what I do and you want to help support the channel, I've got a video essay that I just updated the script on heavily on the Patron. So if you want to become a patron at any level, you can read that. That will be out sometime this week. You can also gift memberships. I like gifted memberships. They get rid of the white names from my chat and they let people use duck nanas. Okay? Or you can super chat. Remember, if you super chat with theory in the text, it goes towards the theory fund. If the theory fund hits $100, at 50 currently, we skip to a theory segment. If you, however, prefer the drama stuff, I'm not even sure what we would classify this stuff as, but if you prefer the drama stuff, you like to remain basically on topic, put drama into your super chat. And if the drama value hits $100, the theory one goes down by 50%. And I hate you. All right, let's finish this off. There's a book club, by the way. Very
I have
quickly.
to mention a real quick James Cameron moment because he just
last announcement.
Okay.
Last announcement is that in 20 minutes there is a book club in the server. We are talking about The Mountain in the Sea by Ray Naylor. If that's something you'd be interested in, go join that. I will attempt to join that one today. Yeah, go give that one a look. Sorry, Brooks.
People ask me what was it like, and I talk about how I liked him, I liked working for him, and why. And generally speaking, people are aware he's got a kind of Hollywood leftist version. It's not like real leftism. Some of the private conversations were wonderful. He put out a video to the SCSP AI project, which is a current summit that's going on right now with the UN and a whole bunch of people involved. And he gives a talk. It's about 17 minutes long, 100% worth watching, where he explains to me, a wonderful storytelling way, the issue with what is happening with modern day AI. SCSP. I'll send you the video, but it's about 18 minutes, and he's fantastic.
I like how you interrupted me to plug another channel. You asshole. Okay, let's keep going.
I didn't plug another channel.
Oh, really? That's not my video, bro. Actually, can you send me the link to that?
I will.
Thank you.
It's he put it out. It's not like taken by anyone. It's able to be commented on, able to be responded to, and it's fantastic. And again, his take on it is spot on, and that's really great to see, because I don't think anyone else in the space, especially at his sort of level of influence, has had a good take. And it is not what you're going to expect, I think. He has a really great line in there I want to leave and have you be surprised by.
Rule 26, we jump down a little bit because they're all the same. If your justification is to just be honest and say you like ogling... Wait. Sorry, my mistake. Rule 25. Justifying horny armor designs or horny clothing designs with sexual agency makes you a huge turd. Characters don't have sexual agency. You made them that way as a justification. So you cannot write characters who dress sexy, by the way, or else you're just sexualizing.
No. You can absolutely write characters who dress sexy, but this means like, to me, the first one I come up with is because I think Kojima sucks. Silence is like the fucking stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life, where he makes like this gorgeous big breasted woman in a bikini because she breathes through her skin.
How about she just likes wearing minimal clothing?
How about no sniper would like wearing minimal clothing?
You don't know that.
I do. Literally, you don't want to wear minimal clothing. You want to wear cover.
What if you're in what if you were in an alien flesh-colored environment where your skin color is actually the best camouflage?
Are you on a giant person?
Maybe.
That's fucking so stupid.
But
Kojima's awful.
horny armor designs. Well, okay. Well, how about this? What if she was in full spandex?
That's quiet. Sorry, quiet. She was in full spandex. No sniper would wear spandex. But look, I'll put it this way.
Well,
If
actually,
a dude
Gad
wouldn't wear it-
makes a good point. Well, for a sniper, actually, the crotch might be best left ventilated. So what if she was in full, like, crotchless spandex? You'd be fine with that all of a sudden, for practical reasons, of course.
Hey, if there's a history of dude snipers doing it, there isn't. Bullshit.
Well, I think Kojima should be a pioneer. Okay.
Yeah,
It'll be called Metal Gear Solid Breeze.
it's you walk around delivering porn to people.
Related to the above, if your justification is just to be honest and say you like ogling sexy characters, you're still a huge turd, but slightly less of a turd than the above. Slightly. I think she's talking about 2B. Because that's I don't think she's talking about Metal Gear. I think she's talking about Nier Automata.
I mean, there's a bunch of stuff you could probably apply this to.
But you also don't appreciate Nier Automata, so you're
I mean, it's fine. I get the idea. I think the idea of having like a sex robot or anything, it begs its own problem.
They aren't sex robots.
Whatever. Then why do they look like let's take another example. For example, then Ghost in the Shell, Motoko. Motoko is a great example of this, where she is overtly sexual. Now, very explicitly, she does it, and it works for canon because she is a spy in military. She's actually maybe not even a woman. She's chosen a woman's body because it's lithe, and because ultimately size doesn't matter when she's got speed. She beats the shit out of other guys. There's parts to this. But she specifically as a character, like, there's a lot of complexity to what that means as a thing, right? And that setup, I think, works. And yeah, she's.
Well, I think there's also the factor, though, and here's where it gets a little bit. That's a complicated example, because that character's nudity is also not nudity. That's a chassis, right? Like, specifically. So
I mean, that's
not.
That's a question.
Yeah. Anyways.
We wanted to define how the body works, or what external subjectivity is, or the
No,
way that
but,
we are
like-
perceived.
No,
Do we
but
want
like,
to talk about parts hell is other people, which is because we are their result of their gaze? Do we want to talk about like
you heard it here, folks. Brooks just said hell is other people because of the gays.
that's God damn it.
Rule 27.
God damn it.
Don't worry about not having everything planned out beforehand. No writer or creator plans everything beforehand. And ones who, that typo is proof of this, apparently, say they do are filthy liars. Writers have at best 1 to 2 story beats. They're determined to include everything else is by the seat of their pants. That is not true. That is not true. I don't know where she got the impression that people don't plan out their writing. But people plan out their writing meticulously beforehand. And when they don't, you can tell, because it takes them 20 years to write one novel that's a fraction of the complexity of the first Lord of the Rings novel, George R.R. Martin.
Not necessarily true.
I think it's true.
It is not.
I think writers plan out a ton before they do so. The planning, everything? No, of course not, because you actually have to write to get there. Like, the planning is concurrent with the writing. But I think to say that, like, I think to say that no writer or creator plans And by everything, I mean like everything. I mean like
No, I
Yeah.
don't think no writer or creator, but I have a handful of who I would consider greats who absolutely don't plan
sure.
and
No, I
actually
would agree with
talk
that.
about that.
Yeah, I'd agree with that 100%.
Stephen King literally plans nothing.
Okay, sure, but
He just aside from having a big pile of cocaine, he never planned anything in his fucking life, and he just ends up with books.
However, saying Stephen King is a great writer is a statement that requires a lot of asterisks next to it. Because it really depends. It really depends.
He is, whatever you may say, he is absolutely a successful writer.
Yeah, but so is the author of 50 Shades of Grey is a successful writer. That doesn't mean anything.
Sure. Right. But again, they're writers. I'm not talking about like I'm saying specifically people I think are great. I think Dark Tower is exceptional. I think Langoliers is wonderful. I think It is amazing. I think a lot of his books are really good. But let's go on the other side. Chuck Palahniuk, who I do actually like. I think he's got a really interesting voice. They're not like phenomenal books, but I find them interesting to read because of the way that they work with characters. He does no planning. In fact, he talks about how he literally, as he writes, he actually leaves characters' names out and names them only after. So that way he doesn't become attached to them. And if it's best interest to kill them off, he does. He's not alone in this. There's a lot of people who do not plan when they write fiction. Jack Vance famously didn't also do that. So, and he is a great. I think I would say do not feel if you're writing process, and that's again, I don't know if this is the intention, but like to steelman this one, if you're writing process, if you cannot find your way to outlining and preparing, if it doesn't work for you, that's okay. That's
agree.
how I take it.
I agree. Okay, so the not worry part is fine. The issue I take with this thing is that when she says people who say they plan stuff out in advance are filthy liars, that's not true. It could be true. I'm sure it happens sometimes, but that's not true. There are writers who plan out stuff very, very carefully and take a very long time because they plan stuff out very carefully. Famous writers do this.
Yeah, no. I'm trying to think. The Expanse guys. Jesus Christ. Do you want to talk about preparation and planning out? Dune,
Tolkien,
phenomenal,
Proust,
insane.
Proust is planned out.
Proust, ridiculous,
like overly planned out to the point of insanity. He didn't even finish it as a result.
Yep.
House of Leaves, Gormenghast. Like most of the stuff is actually planned out pretty well, and it takes a long time because they probably overplanned and didn't actually figure out in advance how they were going to reconcile stuff they wanted to get to with stuff they were doing. And so they find themselves in the black.
Samuel Delaney, in his book, oh my God, I used to know the name of it off the top of my head. His book on how to write science fiction talks about his process of planning, and he wrote Dahlgren, which, if you haven't read, you've never read science fiction as far as I'm concerned.
What was it called?
Dahlgren, Dhalgren, Dahlgren. It's a masterpiece.
Better be. I'm buying it right now.
Good luck finishing it. It's on one of those lists of books you'll never finish.
Why is it
Most
crazy?
difficult books to read? Most difficult books to read?
I don't know. I've started reading Deleuze this year, so it doesn't scare me that much. Deleuze is a highly skilled writer who is very, very, very bad at making his stuff accessible.
Finnegan's Wake I found to be fantastic. Paradise Lost, Ulysses, Dahlgren, genuinely I found challenging to make it through in a way I really enjoyed.
Paradise Lost is really good. Ulysses is one I need to attack again at some point. Finnegan's Wake, I'm going to hit that one in my 40s. That's what I've decided.
Yeah, no, that's down the road. Dahlgren, though. Dahlgren is, there's like a sex scene where it's only described through shadows. Like that kind of shit.
Well, great. Now I'm ordering the book because it's a sex scene through shadows. Well done.
It's a cool sex scene. Samuel Delaney, if you want to talk about like openly sexual authors, he is that. Absolutely. And it has been for years. He has been a vociferous open pro-sex person for forever. Openly gay, amazing work he's done. And the characters he's written are really interesting.
Next rule. Don't try and do what Avatar did. You can't. Even the people who made Avatar can't make another show do what Avatar did.
Fucking made Way of Water. Fuck off. Jim nailed it a second time.
She's talking about The Last Airbender.
I don't think that's the case.
I think that's the case.
No.
That's 100% the case. It's 100%. She's talking about Zuko earlier.
No. She's talking about Jake Sully the whole time.
Low-stakes interpersonal conflict will always be more satisfying in the long run than high-stakes saving the world. Friends is more popular than your favorite anime for a reason. That's a weird example.
It's really stupid. That's really stupid.
That's really stupid. That's like, okay.
That's like baby brain thought right there. That's baby brain. That's really bad.
Not losing the personal in the large scale.
That's
is more interesting. Or showing how the personal reverberates in the large scale. That's really interesting. Or vice versa. Saying that the two are just like one's better than the other is just kind of stupid because they're connected with each other. Otherwise they wouldn't. Like literally when you ask why does this matter, what you're asking is how does this affect anything else? It's kind of what you're asking. Unless you're enjoying it for itself, in which case, why would you bother having a large-scale conflict present at all? Like,
why would Friends be the thing that you'd compare shit to? Where it's like, yes, a network sitcom broadcast to tens of millions of homes in the 90s has staying power. But, but wait, oh my God.
You know what? I'll tell you why. Okay.
Oh God, this hurts, dude.
I'm gonna tell you why. Because Lisa Kudrow's character is actually a Starfleet officer during the Dominion War, and the entirety of Friends is just her escapism in the holodeck. None of it's real. Ah.
Okay.
Choose whether you're a comedy or drama at the start and stick to it. Fuck you. No, don't make a comedy and turn to a drama later on that just annoys people. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. That's like awesome when people do that sometimes.
I'm just thinking like.
No, here's what you hear.
Vampire Slayer was like so fucking huge. And that's like interpersonal mixed with saving the world constantly. Stranger Things took over everything, and that's interpersonal mixed with saving the world. There's so many better examples. Friends, you go to Friends. Sorry, I'm stuck on it, but why Friends? Like, what? Why is that?
Hey, you know what a great example is? Lord of the Rings. Okay, where saving the world literally becomes reduced to the interpersonal. Literally, what like it actually is. It actually is just at the very end of it. Like
no, they're it's 100% intertwined.
Yeah. But the one is only satisfying because the other inflects it, because they're related to each other. Like that's what makes it interesting.
Isn't Avatar: The Last Airbender about saving the world?
I mean, sort of.
You're talking about. Everyone's doing a thing to stop their tribe from being wiped out, or the end of everything.
Yeah, there isn't like that like totalizing aspect to it necessarily, but yeah.
Oh, dude, 100. Look, they. I'm not saying they don't have interpersonal relationships, and I'm not saying people don't grow and change, but like that's the onus. That's the opening. That's the thrust. That's the thing that puts everyone on the path that they're on through the whole show. It's not, hey, Steve, hey, Zuka, I saw you at the fucking movies last night with Jibu. I don't know fucking names. And it's like, it's not interpersonal first. It's saving the world first, and interpersonal grows out of that. It's so stupid. This is incredible. I just can't get past that one. Sorry. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. Choose whether you're a comedy or a drama at the start and stick to it. Don't make a comedy and turn it into a drama later on. I hate this one so much. I hate this so much. Because I'm going to give you another example. Lord of the Rings. In fact, it's one part of the brilliance of like Tolkien's like fantasy writing as a whole is that
Whether you're a say this one for me again. I'm sorry. I don't.
Choose
You're not
whether-
sharing screen, so I'm
choose-
kind of like.
choose whether you're a comedy or drama at the start and stick to it. Don't make a comedy and turn it into a drama later on. That just annoys people. That is
Fucking really stupid.
That's really stupid. First of all, because like starting with a comedy and turning into a drama, like that also could be part of the escalation of stakes. That could be part of, oh, this thing that seems silly now, as it develops, it was not silly. Like that's actually kind of how human lives develop.
This is actually the worst yet, and that's kind of amazing.
I'll flip it around a little bit though.
No, don't do that.
I think there's a way to rewrite this so it's salvaged a little bit. And I put it this way. If you are attempting to address something seriously at the start, don't turn it into a farce because you think that sells better. Every single Marvel movie after Guardians 2.
I know it wasn't everyone's cup of tea, but Fallout was a drama comedy. That's what it did. That was its thing.
No, but what she's talking about here isn't like, don't be a drama and a comedy. What she's saying is, don't be a comedy and switch genres midway through, which I think is dumb. It's really dumb. First of all, because like,
What?
well, I think like a good
I need an example.
Well, Lord of the Rings is actually a great example where it starts off as a comedy and turns into a drama. Hobbit,
I mean,
Hobbit
there's
is
funny shit happening throughout it. So
in the Lord of the Rings.
yeah,
Yeah, but the tone is very much not dominated by that. Whereas in The Hobbit it is. The Hobbit is like silly.
I don't think
and sweet in a lot of ways.
I would be really hard pressed to say that Lord of the Rings is ever a comedy, though. It has funny bits. It's more of a adventure,
Well,
like a lighthearted adventure.
Well,
than
I
a
think that's kind of
comedy.
what I'm
Comedy
getting
is
at, though. That's kind of what I'm getting at, though. Like when I comedy, I don't mean like it's filled with jokes. What I mean is like,
I'm having issues with this one.
I think the
This seems
progression.
just dumb.
Yeah.
Mr. In Between, Barry,
I haven't seen that one.
both great drama. Both are great dramas. Both are great comedies. Like, and I wouldn't call it either. They're both, without a question. I think Preacher touches into that. If I were to think about other shows that sort of do that kind of thing, Baskets. That's absolutely started out primarily as a comedy and moved deeply into drama. Still had elements of that, but God, Baskets is so fucking good. Exceptionally good. The Fargo TV series, Fargo the film, actually kind of everything the Coen brothers have made would be anti this. Actually, this would be like saying the Coen brothers is garbage. So,
Rule 31. World building is like salt. A pinch can make it better. 10 cups of it will not. That is
sure.
that's treating world building like it's seasoning. Like if you think that world building takes the place of actually writing a good story, then yeah, and that's one of the things that makes so much fantasy fiction suck. But
I think
like,
world building is stupid.
Dune relies heavily on world building. Heavily.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does. It absolutely does.
No, it's part of the storyline.
I agree. What I'm saying though is like if world building in abstract, taken separate from the writing of the story itself, is taking the place of writing the story, so the story becomes a vehicle for the world building. I agree.
I can name fantasy books, and I don't think Lord of the Rings explicitly does this. It's guilty of it on occasion,
Yeah.
where there are entire sets of paragraphs that are literally telling you stories about the world. That I hate. Fuck
Oh,
you.
I agree
Just
with
show
that.
me shit and tell me about stuff. Like, just
Sure.
show me. Just make me
Yeah.
go through it.
Yeah, but I think when people say world building, they include both of those in there, right? I don't think like I agree with you 100%. Like having your story be consumed by exposition of, and this is what the
Then
Mages Guild
everything is
did
world
to.
building.
Yeah,
Then
but
everything's
like
world building. And
sure, but like there's a level of like, okay, I'll give you an example, okay? Dune versus the three body problem. Because the three body problem is mostly
books or
taken.
TV series or movie.
I'm going to say both, but let's say books. Because the book takes place in a world that is continuous enough with our contemporary experience now, it isn't actually reconstructing our globe on a regular basis, right? Like there's not implied like a radical change of, like, at least in its initial premises, a radical reconfiguration of the planet that we're on. With Dune, by contrast, there is a lot more to explain. What the fuck is an Arrakis? Like, why are these houses here? Da, 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 da. And so in the course of conversations, very world-specific stuff has to be spoken about to sort of deliver like critical information about the universe and the stakes that are taking place to the author. Now that doesn't mean that you have exposition blocks by the narrator explaining the world, but it does mean that in the background to this, you can perceive imaginative work that the author has done to create like the ambience in which all of this stuff is taking place, and that is to some degree concrete.
This to me is the difference is, are we watching world building or are we seeing the result of world building? I want to see the result. I don't want
we're not talking about
if a book starts with 78 years ago, blah blah, like fuck off.
There was a hobbit with a hole in the ground, and it was a nice. It's the
line from Rick and Morty. Start the fucking story where it starts. 6 weeks earlier.
Oh no, I agree with that. Although it's but here's the thing. What you're talking about is not world building versus not world building. What you're talking about is showing versus telling, which I agree with. Like that's a basic like thing. Don't give your world's character sheet at the beginning of your story unless there's a particular reason to do so. So for example, I think Tolkien's introduction to Lord of the Rings, I think it gets a pass because I think it's doing something specific to the tone of that book, which is attempting to actually portray itself as like a history. That's a part of the narration. Like I get that. If you're Patrick Rothfuss, I don't want to see 6 paragraphs detailing why the Emperor uses funny trains made of ham. Like I just don't.
Well,
I don't want
and
that.
it can be done well. To go specifically, I adore the Expanse series. The Expanse series does a huge amount of actual world building in the text, but it's woven into what is happening because they're telling stories of a thing. It's not some narrator going, the reason that we're doing this, which is so like hacky shitty. It's literally an entire like small story on what's happening on this planet, and it's self-contained and it's done, but it builds everything else. It's a beautiful way of doing it to me. But again, it's not world to me. Again, world building is I come from very different place when it comes to like these terms, so I'm starting to understand more what you mean by it.
Good. Okay. "32. Characters should always come first before anything else, or should always come before anything else." This is dumb. This is actually just genuinely dumb. Because unfortunately, no, there are things that are more important than characters sometimes in a story. That's a thing. So for example, Game of Thrones is never going to get finished because he's putting characters ahead of anything else, when he has baked into his story the perfect plot simplifying tool. He just needs to make the White Walkers show up. And then he can simplify the entire board so that you can make it manageable. Instead, now he has to write like 60 different character plot lines, and it's dumb.
If you're not willing to kill off a character in interest of the story, you're a bad writer.
The protagonist, Rule 33.
It's a Chuck Palahniuk rule, and I agree with it. I think the best stories...
Oh, I'm gonna hate this one. I think you're gonna hate this one too. 33. The protagonist should be a protagonist, not just a vessel for the antagonist to hog the story. If you're going to make a villain protagonist, just open with that.
Villain protagonist. That's a fascinating... I don't know what people mean by words anymore, so
I think by villain protagonist, they mean a protagonist who's not nice. That's really dumb, and I'll tell you why it's really dumb, just out of hand. Some stories start off with one character being very sympathetic to the audience, and another character being very unsympathetic to the audience, and by the conclusion, those positions are switched a little bit, and that can be extremely interesting. And I think insisting that a story needs to be like hyper fixated on the goody two shoes character is dumb.
I don't. Okay.
Because she's confusing protagonist for hero. Right? She's confusing protagonist for, this is the person you're supposed to like. Which is not true.
Yeah,
Depends
no,
what you're doing.
protagonist is the vehicle for the reader, primarily. And they're people going towards a goal, a person, a thing, something going towards a goal. They have a goal, you, the reader, are joining them on the goal. This is the protagonist. The antagonist are people wanting to stop that goal. Antagonist literally means trying to, like, it's about stopping the action. Protagonist means creating action. Like, this is the setup. It's not good or bad. In fact, in, for example, the television series Hannibal, or the books, actually a lot of the books, the protagonist is going to be complicated because we tend to see things through a handful of different views, mostly through one of the FBI agents' views. Their goal is to stop the killings. The antagonist, who is Hannibal, would be trying to prevent them from doing that, to keep doing the killings. And that gets fun. These are like fun literary discussions, but they're not likable or not. Like it usually, superheroes and anime actually get it really backwards. They tend to have like, hey, this guy is bad because he's trying to do this thing. We got to stop him. But we don't actually end up with a central point of view. So you don't, the rule of protagonist as being the vehicle for the viewer or the reader doesn't work in that. Instead, you have to take it from who's the person trying to do a thing and who's trying to stop them. Tends to be that superheroes are actually antagonists in a lot of stories.
We're going to end off on this one because I think it's brilliant. 34. Perspective shifts are a staple of storytelling. Having only one perspective isn't a stylistic choice. It's just crap.
Wow.
That has to be the dumbest. That is the dumbest take on writing I've ever seen. Because here's
clearly someone who just, as someone in chat said, literally will only ever watch cartoons.
Yeah.
Jesus.
You know what?
I'm trying to think of an all-time great novel that does have really strong perspective shifts, and it's really tough for me to think of one.
War and Peace.
Yeah.
But that's not really a perspective shift, though, because
it's not. Not really. Not.
Like, here's the thing, though. When she's saying perspective shifts, does she mean that suddenly the narration starts to give special privilege to this particular character and give, like make their thoughts and feelings legible and make them sympathetic that way, like through the medium of the novel itself? Because if that's the case, that's really dumb, because the impenetrability of those things is actually a central point of a lot of characterization, as well as like a lot of conflict, and it does actually form like a central problem for a lot of stories.
Well, and again, this is the question of like what it means to have a perspective. Someone in chat mentions Dune. Dune doesn't have a perspective.
No.
Like that's
why I'm backing up. I was going to say Dune.
It's characters, it's different places, but it's not perspective shifts. Perspective shift would be Don Quixote and then suddenly switching to the story of Sancho. Like the
closest that Dune gets to that would be when it allows an internal monologue by like Baron Harkonnen. So there is, in that sense, like a change in focus, but then he he doesn't like. I almost called him Harkonnen.
Someone in chat said this is about Steven Universe, and I wanted to die. I want to die.
Frank Herbert doesn't exclude other perspectives when he gives you access to the thoughts and feelings of certain characters. He's just not talking.
No, your perspective is always a disembodied sort of.
Yes, you're always hovering over it, and you're seeing everything contemporaneously. Same with War and Peace, and I don't think you actually like get so much of that. No, it's the same thing.
A Tale of Two Cities. Like once you start talking about like.
Well, what I was going to say is like I think the closest example would be like when it switches from sort of the textual references at the beginning of each chapter. I could kind of see that a little bit, because you actually that's the only point where you get like, certainly in the first book, like any of Irulan's internal thoughts and feelings or whatever. but like it's.
I can't. See, here is what I would say is the indictment. I give you shit for like doing what you're doing with Lord of the Rings. Mostly it's because I'm giving you shit. But the reason I give you shit and other people shit about this stuff is because we're literally now reviewing literary opinions for writers from someone who's never read anything that's even good. Like, I'm not like, you can like Avatar the Airbender. That's great. You can like all these cartoons. They are cartoons. I'm not saying cartoons can't be good. They can be. Paprika is a cartoon. Watch Paprika. Watch Grave of the Fireflies. They're extraordinary cartoons. We're not talking about any of those. We're talking about children's cartoons. Cartoons for people who are prepubescent or pubescent and have not fully developed their brains. And at that point, when we're reviewing literature discussions put out by someone who's never basically taken in any sort of media that's challenging in any significant way, at that point, the reality of our existence should be clear and depressing. Because we can talk about In Search of Lost Time as much as you want, and I would love to, because the nature of how he writes A Kiss, that thing we could spend forever on. The first kiss and how it operates and how he writes that experience is so fucking beautiful and extraordinary and stuck with me. I've read it a bunch of times. It's not only mentioned in Anti-Oedipus, but it's also on its own beautiful and extraordinary. We can talk about that, and that's great writing, and we can go through that. But instead, every one of these things is about a cartoon for children.
Well, a cartoon for children, which like characters are literally reduced to a set of like here's the number one problem with anime. By the way, this is one of the reasons why anime is so vulnerable to sexualization of minors. Just FYI, is because it reduces personal complexity to emojis, which means there aren't depths of experience or character beyond what an artist can in shorthand draw on a face that looks identical to everyone else, irrespective of age or whatever, unless they're otherwise by age, by having their faces literally reduced to a series of lines, at which point they're out of the game, so to speak. But everybody else, from adulthood to early childhood even, their entire level of engagement with the world and the stuff that's going on internally is entirely reduced to a flat series of symbols. And the problem
beyond frustrating to me.
Yes.
I'm writing a piece where I'm breaking out what the movie The Substance is about, which is that if there's a such thing as the opposite of children's cartoons, it's going to be The Substance. And I did my little mini review, and the comments already, and people are like, yeah, I found it shallow. Yeah, obviously, women are exploited. It's like, that's not what the movie's about. It's literally like this insane surface level reading of things that every time I end up engaging it. And you can, by the way, and I know we've had this conversation before. I'm not knocking children's cartoons. I believe analyzing them is important because this is what we're teaching our kids. Trolls World Tour, the movie.
Is very good. Sorry, go on.
The Trolls World Tour, the movie, is explicitly an allegory about American capitalism and how it works versus the totalitarian regime of Nazi Germany, and how we specifically utilize capitalism and cultural inference in order to take over other cultures and make them like us, while allowing them to keep their anachronistic sort of experience. It's a beautiful, beautiful allegory for how America operates globally. But that is not the level people are talking about.
There's adult anime. Most anime we get is shonen for teenagers. No, I think I'm actually going to say that's pretty ubiquitous. Here's the key difference. There's
not a lot of adult anime, by the way.
What's that?
When I say adult anime, I don't mean adult anime.
Yeah, I know.
I know
Actually,
what you mean. Interesting anime.
No, I agree. I know what you mean. I'm a person who appreciates anime, but there is a part of it that is a part of its distinctive style, which is one of the reasons why, for example, Avatar is often confused with it while it isn't it. And here's basically what it is. I'll give an example of one that does this well. So Ghost in the Shell depicts adult characters that are adults, and they are portrayed as adults. And they are portrayed as adults who are attractive and so on and so forth.
Who do adult things.
But here's the thing. the way you tell they are adults and that they are coded as adults, that they are coded as adults through specific anatomical specificity, right? They have particular lines, particular proportions, etc., etc. And even if, for whatever reason, a character is not developed in a particular way where they are generally like visibly typical as being of that category or whatever, the nature of the depiction is not that there is an easy conflation between someone who is 30 and someone who is 15, say. On the other end of the spectrum, there is anime like, let's say, like the kind of like shonen shit, like Code Geass or whatever.
Bleach.
Bleach less so, but Code Geass or something, where, because my issue here is not with younger...
I'm curious how they're different.
Because my issue here is not with younger characters being depicted as if they look older. My issue here is with older characters being depicted as if they look younger, so that there is no practical distinction based on visual cues between being attracted to someone who is 20 or being attracted to someone who is 10. Bleach, though... Is it?
Oh, yeah.
I don't think so.
Bleach does that. One Punch Man has a lot of that same shit, too.
No, Bleach characters look adult. They don't look like children.
They're high schoolers.
Yeah, but they're high schoolers who look like they could be adults.
They're like early high schoolers. And also they're like graduates, and also they're like,
but they look like
who are naked with those 16-year-olds.
No, I understand that. But my concern here is not with...
Who are like hundreds of years old.
I'm not concerned with the technicality. So, like, just as, for example... Let me finish my goddamn sentence. Just as, for example... It is not the case that you have an out if you write a character that looks like a sexualized minor by saying they are 1,000 years old. I have a different type of concern if a character who is depicted as if they could realistically be in their late 20s or even early 30s is technically younger. And the reason why is because it is not training someone to be sexually attracted or to associate people at that age level with appropriate objects of sexual attraction. That's my primary issue. You're not sexualizing minors there. You're
if you watch later episodes of it, I'm just going to let you know
I'm talking about the art style by
who
itself.
Are literally kids, and they're not, and they sexualize them.
Okay,
like,
then they do later on. But I'm specifically
it
talking
does
about the main
1,000-year-old thing, 1,000-year-old, 10-year-old thing. Shit, they do that.
Okay, but look.
Yes.
Okay. Just... This is the main cast of Bleach, okay? These do not look like they are 14 years old. They could be. They could be written as 14 years old. That's a possibility. I haven't watched or read Bleach. I don't know. But these do not look like very young children. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. Nurse Joy in Pokemon and Misty, by contrast, look physically identical. Misty
so this is...
I wasn't finished speaking. You interrupt way too much. Misty is 10 years old. Nurse Joy is a working professional. That is a problem. Right? Because...
I disagree.
What? I don't know. What are you disagreeing with?
So for me, the question is, like, what are you doing and how are you sorting these characters for things? Older people sexualize Nurse Joy and Misty and shit, and it's weird. But the show's literally made for like 8-year-olds to 12-year-olds. It's made for kids in that age group, and it has people who are aspirational in that age group, plus mother characters and others who are clearly older, because it's trying to be aspirational for that age group. It's
but here's okay. But stop for a second, because here's what happens: the 8-year-old who watches Pokemon turns into a 10-year-old, turns into a 12-year-old, turns into a 14-year-old. That style carries over. The character who is in the show meant for that kid who is now turned 15 looks exactly the same as the character who is designed for the show for the 10-year-old. That person now becomes an adult. There is now no line. There are no visual cues this person has internalized in terms of this medium between the appearance of Misty and the appearance of Misato. And that's a problem because one of them is a grown-up and one of them is a child, and they aren't depicted differently at all. In fact, if you look at the way in which the characters act in the universe, they both basically act the same. There is no distinction whatsoever between them in terms of their characterization or their physical appearance that actually codes them as one being older than the other one. So what I'm getting at here is that one of the things that
I'm not up on my Poke lore, I guess.
It doesn't matter if you're up in your Poke lore. I'm just talking about the appearance of the characters.
I don't know who Masato is, so...
Hey, you fucking do.
Why would I know that?
From Evangelion.
Oh, I thought it was someone from Pokemon.
No, I'm talking about a different series. Do they even bring up a Misty's age in the show? It's lower than you would expect. You're overreaching what Misty's about. No, Misty's a great example. What are you talking about? They literally put her in a crop top, for God's sake.
Yeah, so here's where I'm not going to, like, you're conflating multiple series, and I'm talking about the series itself. Okay,
I'm not conflating multiple series though, and like the point,
you literally just combined Pokemon.
I am talking about, because I'm talking about a style and what the style does, because there are tropes within anime in particular that do not carry over to other genres that do cross over between shows.
So I would say,
and the tropes are in the, but the tropes are in the depiction. I understand that Misty is not designed to be pedophilic. I'm talking about a dynamic that results from character ages being conflated by a visual style that does not reflect reality.
Let's compare to Bleach. A Bleach to Pokemon would be where I'd want to compare. There are clear lines of adult to children very much in Pokemon. And I mean, when I say clear lines, they are explicit, and they talk about who are children. They talk about them as children. They call them children. Bleach, different. Bleach actually has a wide range of characters. And I don't know what image you showed, but if it happened to show the chick who turns into a cat, or other people who are part of the Soul Society, they are much older, and they're actually not older.
Brock hits on Nurse Joy. It is treated as if he is a creepy adult. He's not treated as a kid. How old is Brock?
I don't know. It's a kid's show.
He's 15. So? Nurse Joy is 18 to 25.
So he's pulling an Anakin. I don't, again, in the show, they're fairly clear about who's an adult and who's not. The Brock hitting on Nurse Joy thing is like the precocious kid. It's not that he's seen as creepy.
But he's not coded. He's not coded as a precocious kid.
I mean, he's literally
a head taller.
No,
He's a head taller than the other characters, and
so
it is treated. What?
He's taller. He's walking around with a backpack on his first Pokemon journey, which we canonically know from the
40-year-old men walk in the wilderness with backpacks. They're traveling across country. The backpacks don't mean anything. They're not going to school.
They do in Pokemon, actually.
What?
In Pokemon, actually, the visual stylings are very clear on who you are as a character. And again, these things shift as they get older as characters over time. Pokemon's an odd one, but the lines between adults and kids, because later Pokemon, there's other Pokemon series that actually returns to kids, and Ash is more of an adult type character later on. And like there are clear lines. My point for Bleach is that everyone's blended together. There is kind of a mishmash of everyone's sort of around the same age, even though they're 20 or 30 years apart. And that, to me, is much more problematic when you're talking about things like this.
Because hang on, stop. You're talking about problematic in the sense of there are creepy implications in the narrative. I don't care about that. I'm talking specific.
That's not what I'm talking about.
But it is though, because you have to draw upon technically the characters of this age in the narrative. They aren't coded that way.
They are in. Wait, what?
They aren't coded that way. They don't physically look like children. The adults in Pokemon physically look like children. There are adults in different animes that physically have no distinguishing features from children. Therefore, if you have
Like
people...
Who in Pokemon has no distinguishing features from children?
Nurse Joy has no distinguishing features from Misty. Misty has no distinguishing features from an adult. Misty is 10.
I see. I don't think that's true. I think Nurse Joy has a lot of elements that sort of separate her naturally, aside from the fact that she has a job and isn't on her first Pokemon run, which is what children do.
Misty
and
has a
from
job.
The beginning,
Misty's a gym leader.
Not in the first season.
I think so, actually.
No.
Yeah. You encounter Misty in Pokemon Red and Blue as the first town.
Okay. Not talking about the video game.
Yeah. Misty Pokemon Show. Character. So if I look at Bulbapedia, which is apparently a thing, this is, by the way, once again, this character is 10 years old. Okay? Misty journeyed with Ash through Kanto, the Orange Islands, and Johto, sharpening her skills as a water-type trainer. Along the way, eventually she decides to return home to preside over her family's gym. She's also the gym leader of the... Okay, what's the original series? Here we go.
She showed up.
Hang on.
She was just fishing, dude. She's not a gym leader. My kids watched this recently.
Hang on, wait.
You're talking about hundreds of episodes and years of a show.
Which of these characters is a grown-up?
I don't... let me look at your screen. Which of these characters is a grown-up?
It's a trick question. None of them.
I mean, probably not. It's a kid's show.
It doesn't matter, though, because kids shows are not only watched by kids, and those kids grow up, and then if other anime show the same characters in sexualized situations, they're not going to distinguish between the two. And if you also have a situation where youth is fetishized so that it's treated as if you're an old man and out of the game if you're out of high school, that's a problem, because then people who are using this...
Where did that happen?
Please... Let me finish. It's ubiquitous in anime. What are you talking about?
In Pokemon.
In every anime. It's not just Pokemon. There's more anime than just Pokemon.
Right, but I'm asking about Pokemon.
But I'm not talking about Pokemon. I'm talking about a style that transcends Pokemon. It doesn't matter. If it didn't transcend Pokemon, I wouldn't be talking about anything. That's the whole point. That's the whole point.
This presumes then a network of meaning developed between very particular experiences at particular times in a person's life with very particular shows and a style that I just don't see as being realistic. I don't have a fetishization of Misty. I watched Pokemon when I was like 19. She's a little kid.
I didn't know she was a little kid. No kid thinks of Misty. No, Drux, no. Kids at 10 years old who are watching Pokemon do not code Misty as a 10-year-old because 10-year-olds don't act like that.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you, but they see them as aspirational characters. That's how cartoons work.
Okay, but then eventually, as you get older and you start to develop, for example, like sexual attraction to certain things, and you're continuing to use the style as escapism, you're associating that with characters drawn in this style if there's no distinction between minors and adults. That's how people end up being attracted to tropes associated with minor characters, because they don't stop.
Really?
I'm curious as to your alternative explanation, because we have people who are attracted to specifically underage anime characters. That's a very specific thing that takes place here, and we have a trope of characters.
See, I don't foresee it.
Please,
like
for the love of God, let me finish a sentence. I can't finish what I'm saying. You keep interrupting me. Okay, so
just got to take your headphones off.
No. So if we have characters who are coded as technically 1,000 years old for a reason, right? Because they specifically want to depict those particular features, and when they do, they depict these characters with I don't even
So people who are growing up who see cartoons.
Oh, here's one.
that-
Look, I actually forgot about this. Thank you. Totally forgot about this. There's an episode where Misty competes in a beauty pageant against James from Team Rocket, who wears inflatable breasts. It's the band episode.
Yes.
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 Okay.
Yes. Not getting the point.
Are you saying Pokemon Lolly Pipeline is real? No, I'm saying that anime has a problem where
I thought James and the cross-dressing shit was kind of funny.
okay, but the point is the characters are coded as adults in the narrative while they are depicted as children.
I mean, I don't necessarily agree with this. I think there's a handful of characters who are outright coded as old.
Sorry, not depicted as children. Sorry, there is a failure to depict adults as being visually distinct from children, and the ages are entirely in the like the written text of the script. It's not something that's actually delivered to you via the portrayal of the characters, unless they're literally toddlers.
Right. No, it's a cartoon for children. I agree.
That is not an adequate or an intelligent response to that.
No, it is. It completely is.
No, it's not, because your premise is wrong.
Cartoon,
your premise is wrong. There is no such thing as there's no such thing as an anime for children. That's not a thing. It is a product that is universally accessible to anybody. And those children who then become attached and ensconced in those tropes in that anime then grow up and they continue to watch it and other things with that tendency as well. And you're still ignoring my underlying point, which I've repeated ad nauseum. But I've repeated this endlessly. The issue is not with Pokemon. The issue is that the style of Pokemon is continuous with other things that sexualize characters that look identical to the characters in Pokemon.
Right, but do you know why those exist? I mean, it's actually really easy to sort of trace the style and how that style moved on, because a lot of emotionally stunted weebs didn't outgrow that style, and they got made things that were for them as they grew into a sexual age in order to please them. It's literally why it happened.
I agree. So those people are now watching things as they get older that now sexualize those characters, and they become fixated on characters that are specifically minors later on, because there was no distinguishing point. The fetish and the escapism pertains to characters that resemble and are socialized identically as children in the media they're consuming. That's what I'm talking about. That's the issue what you're describing. Like just saying, well, those guys are weebs who don't care, completely skirts the issue. That's what I'm talking about. It's those people. They're the problem. I don't think everybody's like this. I think that those people are produced, though, partially through stuff like this.
I'm still not. So let's get back. What is your argument then? Because we were talking about the difference between Bleach and Pokemon, and I will tell you right now, Bleach is the thing you're talking about. And if you're not aware of that, I can show you shit from Bleach later on where they really, really conflate weird, rapey shit and statutory shit constantly.
Hey, but that's in.
Correct, that's in it.
I'm not talking about events. I'm not talking about events in the show. I'm not talking about events in the show that depict statutory rape as acceptable. What I am talking about is a general tendency to depict adults in a stylistic manner, as in like literally how they are drawn, in a way that causes an easy conflation between people of one decade of life versus people of many decades before. And the problem then is you have people who have become conditioned to be attracted to people in that particular style, who will then not recognize any distinction between this thing taking place with respect to someone who's 15 versus someone who's 30. And the problem there is when you combine that with the fetishization of high school life and of being under the age of 20 that anime has ubiquitously, almost across the board, to the point where characters who are depicted as living life over 20 are depicted as if they would be in their 30s or 40s in other anime. Is that you have a situation where people are now being conditioned well into adulthood to be attracted to things that are specifically associated with high school life and with people who look like minors. So you have people in weeb culture, for example, if we're going to call it that, who have a very, very, there is a very clear path to, certainly in terms of their consumption of anime products, to consuming sexualized depictions of minors. And that I think is probably why that stuff is so ubiquitous, is because of that. Like if you look at how the stuff is delivered, even innocent stuff like Pokemon, for example, that's kind of what's taking place. Is people are becoming attached to a particular depiction.
But this is because the consumer of these.
Well, yeah, no, but nothing I said requires this to have been the case all the time. Like, obviously, it's a thing that developed. I agree, sure. I'm not saying the style is bad. I'm saying there's a negative consequence of the style being used in a way that's interchangeable that should be talked about, because I think it does have psychological consequences for people.
So ban anime.
No.
Why not? Seems like a smart move.
Nothing I said entails ban anime.
Well, I mean, if this is the direction that the shonen shit's going, like, again, I'm trying to think through various things that I've watched where it's like overly done. Elfen Lied, I think, did a little bit too much. I really liked Elfen Lied. Gantz, I think, did a lot of that fan service shit. But like Death Note made it clear the age of various characters. I'm sorry, I'm going through in my head. Full Metal Alchemist, I think, did a really good job of spreading out characters and their age. Paranoia Agent, Lane. I'm just trying to think through, like.
But you're not talking about the visualization of the characters. You're talking about how they made them look older. You're talking about how they made them older in canon, and they discussed their age.
No, I'm literally talking about their visuals.
Misa does not look her age. What are you talking about? Like what? How would you tell Misa's age by her appearance?
Misa in
Death you just
Note?
mentioned Death Note. Look, that
I mean, it's
really?
They go really far out of their way to not. It's not like technically she's a pop star who lives on her own without her parents and is famous.
But they
all over
meet
the
in
world.
high school, Brooks. She is depicted, with the exception of the animation of the anime being higher quality. Okay, she is depicted in a way that is essentially identical to how Misty is depicted. Age-wise.
No,
yeah,
absolutely not.
Yeah,
no. If you take maybe literal screenshots of single frames, you might be able to find some. But again, how she's depicted as a character throughout the entire thing, what she does and how she acts is absolutely not the same as how Misty does. And to pretend that like her pure image in a single cell is actually what makes her up to people.
it's anime, Brooks. It's anime. A single cell.
Yes.
One of the things that defines anime, especially like popular anime, one of the things that defines it is the low number of frames. It relies upon symbolic visual cues to portray a lot of the dynamics.
No. This is why I wholly disagree with what you're saying. Misty at no point in, and again, I haven't watched Pokemon in a while, so maybe you're more up to tune with a lot of the Poke lore. But as far as I know, she doesn't really take on the look of a J-pop star, for example, that Misa absolutely is, and is clearly. I'm not saying she's 70. I'm saying she's early 20s, 20. She's a fetishized younger 18 to 22
Misty
year
is not
old.
looking at Misa. No, the point is they don't look obviously older or younger than each other.
Oh yeah, they do.
They don't though. Really? What's the visual cue, Brooks? What points it out? Let's look at this. Hang on. Which one? What?
Misa wears makeup. Misty does not.
Misa wears makeup. Where do you see? I don't see makeup on her face.
You don't see lipstick, and she wears. Are you kidding me?
I'm sorry. Just to be clear, she has lipstick. What? Like,
she has lipstick. They're coding her older. Misty specifically
God.
doesn't have those things. What? This is
minors never wear lipstick or makeup. That's not a thing.
and it's a. I mean, again, you're talking about coding. I'm not talking about never. I'm talking about coding.
Thank you. It's also the style. The style. Ugh.
No, you're talking about if you're talking about coding, and we're going to coding. Like that's the way it works. Coding is, generally speaking, makeup is for old. I'm not saying younger girls don't do it. I'm saying in cartoons and in film and all these things, a younger girl wearing makeup is only done when she's trying to look older. It's a tropey thing. Like if you want to talk about coding inside of film and
anyone else who
anime,
is stupid enough to think that the point is that Misty and Misa look the same is banned. Jesus fucking Christ. Are you people actually brain damaged? No, the issue is not that they look the same, Brooks. The issue is that there's nothing about either of these characters that codes them as older than each other. Okay, here's a question for you. Okay, what do you think the age disparity is based upon their appearance? Not which one's older, which one's, how much are they older by? Like, take a guess. You can't.
I would say, but again, if you're asking me to quantify numbers, that's the silliness of this. They are clearly different parts of the life experience of a person. One is probably pubescent-ish. One is clearly
literally the
post-that.
only difference is that one has specifically sexualized clothing on. That's it. That's even that's your point of reference. If Misty had makeup on, Misty would be an adult. That's the distinction.
Yes, correct. If they coded her and they did the things that made her look like an adult,
now
she'd
allow me
look
to
like an
retort.
adult. You're right. And if you're going to show one episode where she puts on makeup, it's not the same thing. That's because it being a rare thing is the whole point of that episode. So keep it going. Is that what you're going to show?
What?
If you're going to show Misty, are you going to show Misty in makeup?
I'm sorry. So just hang on. Just to be clear. So if Misa is depicted without makeup, then therefore this falls apart ever.
No.
Then what are you?
No,
what are you saying?
That's literally my point.
This is so dumb. It's like well, hang on, wait. Misa's got lipstick on.
No, it's not that she has makeup on in one frame. It's that the entire show, how she is explicitly coded, is as a J-pop star who's at that age. Misty, all the time.
How do they dress J-pop stars, Brooks?
Like her. She signals that, not like Misty.
What is that? No, but hang on. It's not. They're not referencing each other. What are they both referencing in common? They wear fucking schoolgirl outfits a lot of the time, Brooks. Like, it's deliberate.
I mean, it's not the same schoolgirl outfit, first off.
All right, this conversation's over. Everyone, I'm sending you to, who's live? Rezzy's live. All right. Cheerio. We'll continue this later.
All right.
Okay. I have to go to